by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
Imagine a future. The freight trucks that deliver bread and milk to our grocery store shelves, and the buses that take children to school and parents to work. Imagine all the heavy-duty vehicles that keep our supply lines strong and allow our economy to grow. Imagine that they produced zero emissions. Well, you all imagined it. That's why we're here today. Because we have the ability to see what can be, unburdened by what has been, and then to make the possible actually happen.
Father, before I begin, bless me, Father, for I'm about to sin. Well, I just want you to know, I may be Irish, but I'm not stupid. I married Dominic Giacoppa's daughter. Okay? I'm sick of this stuff. We have to talk about it because the American people think the reason for inflation is government spending more money. Simply not true.
Now the Ukraine, and St. Patrick's name is now Zelensky.
Just days before Russia's invasion began, I went to the United Nations Security Council to lay out what we believed was about to happen. Again today, we have a strong sense of what Russia could do next. We believe that Moscow may be setting the stage to use a chemical weapon and then falsely blame Ukraine to justify escalating its attacks on the Ukrainian people. Manufacturing events and creating false narratives of genocide to justify greater use of military force is a tactic that Russia has used before, including in Georgia.
So we established a new civil rights cause of action for those whose intimate images were shared on the public screen. How many times have you heard, I'll bet everybody knows somebody somewhere along the line, that in an intimate relationship, what happened was the guy takes a revealing picture of his naked friend or whatever in a compromising position, and then, literally, in a sense, blackmails or mortifies that person. Send it out, put it online.
And you think it's the biggest issue to campaign on?
I think it's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen, and you don't cover it. You want to talk about?
Well, because it can't be verified.
You want to talk about insignificant things.
I'm telling you.
Of course it can be verified. Excuse me, they found the laptop. Leslie.
It can't be verified.
What can't be verified?
The laptop.
Why do you say that?
Because
even the family hasn't. The family on the laptop. He's gone into hiding for 5 days. He's gone into hiding.
He's preparing for your debate.
Oh, it's taken him 5 days to prepare. I doubt it. Okay.
All right. So let's get back to the name call.
This has come from the highest levels of the Russian government, clearly from Putin himself, in an effort, as 17 of our intelligence agencies have confirmed, to influence our election. So I actually think the most important question of this evening, Chris, is finally, will Donald Trump admit and condemn that the Russians are doing
I have to respond to that.
Please,
because look,
very
there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This is
told.
where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding.
Refuse to go along with this, and I've seen through all of your lies, Barack Obama, you wicked, wicked devil!
Welcome back to another night of Stick with Koolfrogg. I do have America shirts with me. He seems to be potentially incapacitated for a few moments.
I am lurking in the background.
Oh, he's with me. Nice.
By the way, is there a background noise here? By the way,
Not that I'm catching.
okay, good. Because there's some fan that's annoying. I'm in a
Oh,
different room with a
sure.
different.
If I listen close enough, I can hear it. It's okay. I don't care. I'm sure you can hear my chair cracking and popping and whatnot. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know.
yeah, all those fun things or whatever. That's what microphones do. They pick up noises.
Yeah.
So, basically, what we're going to do is you're just going to go through a few things today or whatever. I mean, it really could take a long time, but we're not going to do all that. I actually went and I did my homework and went through the 12 hours plus footage of the Ketanji Brown Jackson hearing from today. And I got minutes and seconds so that I know where to actually jump to and who we decide that we actually want to listen to. That being said, there's quite a few people that actually had something to say today. It was about every half hour ish or whatever, somebody new had something to say. They did take 3 or 4 breaks. So it isn't really 12 hours of, if you sat there and listened to it, you still wouldn't do it because you'd go and you'd skip over the 20-minute, half hour lunch breaks or whatever and, move on through.
You need a coffee break.
Yeah, them
That
coffee
furry
breaks.
bitch that came and accused Kavanaugh of, allegedly raping her, allegedly.
Yeah, the alleged stuff.
Allegedly, of course. Until she
So-
gets an award and everything else. And she's like, I'm so proud to, I was like, oh, yeah, sure, there's no reason why you'd accuse anybody.
I take recommendations from the audience. If anybody's listening, watching, paying attention, make sure that you subscribe, like, share, do all that fun stuff or whatever. If you're going to do so over on Twitch, that's great. That's awesome. You can also do so over on the YouTube side. When you do it on the YouTube side, you talk to one of us. You do get Discord links from us. Or for me to get onto my Discord. Eventually, I'm going to stop doing that. I don't know when I'm going to stop doing it.
The VIP door will be shut.
Yeah, currently it's open. It's wide open, and there's quite a few people in there that are great people to talk to, full of information, and just good time all. We have a good time all the time in there. Pretty much, we always joking, laughing, playing games. All that good fun stuff. That being said, you can make sure that you follow America Shats. He doesn't have his logo up right now. It's a little blue T-shirt with an American flag on it. He has a couple different sites that he actually has going. How's the Rumble going?
Rumble's going pretty well.
Nice.
I got how many views do I got now? I think I got 19 on the latest one, and then before that, the part 1 of the series I did with Russia and Ukraine, and what's going on there now with the current incursion by Russia there. That first one has 48, 49. So
nice.
I think I'm getting some steady viewership from those people who are interested in these different topics and things.
Yeah, I haven't watched the last couple yet. I watched the first one out of the 3-part series, so we'll have to watch another one eventually. I did see something come out on Twitter today. And I really kind of looked and I couldn't confirm completely. But it looked like there was a couple people that were sitting there saying that there's some high-ranked, politicians that actually come down with some kind of a coof of some sort.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
Hillary?
They're in the chat room, and I forgot to even say this before we get into this, because we had the Russia thing there I was talking about with my video.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a little bit of news. Putin came out. You take this as you want, ladies and gentlemen. Putin came out and said that he believes that based upon his intelligence that his intelligence agencies have gathered. This is him. Again, you can take this, leave it, whatever. But he says that he believes they're planning assassinations of their own in the United States in high levels
Oh,
of government. And he
nice.
says they're going to. He says he believes, based on the intelligence, they're going to blame it on Russia in order to get America fully encouraged into the war that is currently going on in Ukraine. That's what he says. So that's some latest news. I forgot to even tell you this when we were talking a little earlier.
No, that's fine.
Completely forgot about it. I
It's
brought
kind
that
of
up,
interesting.
and it's like, oh wow.
Yeah,
But
there could be some interesting tidbits of stuff
and
that are coming through
and
in
the
the next
weird
few
thing
days.
is that Biden and other top officials are planning on making stops in Europe here and not too in the distant future. So, I mean, I don't know. Take that
Oh
or
yeah,
take that as you want.
He's supposed to be in Poland tomorrow, today.
Oh God, is that soon?
Yeah, it was supposed to be this week, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's supposed to be Thursday.
Well, you might have a different president.
Well, I mean,
allegedly.
Well, we won't speculate that far because we do not know. We're just spitballing, kind of throwing some stuff around because there's potentials for just about anything.
I mean, cats have 9 lives. How many do potatoes do? I don't know.
How many do potatoes do? So let's see here. Hey, puppy's hungry. So let's see here. So what we were really here for today is Ketanji Brown Jackson. There's some good stuff. Like I said, I'll take tips and hints on anybody that actually watched any of it, and if they actually have somebody particular that they would want to actually watch. Otherwise, there's a couple of them that we will watch. Um, like I said, I took down time frame on when everybody actually come up. So there's quite the group of questions that come through from a couple of these guys. So, and we will listen to like Ted Cruz. We will listen to Lindsey Graham. We'll listen to Holly for sure. For whatever reason, the first clip that I have here, which comes from Fox News, the 12 hours, for whatever reason, they cut off the last couple people. I went and I found the clip for Marsha Blackburn. For whatever reason, they removed it from their clip. That the last like hour of stuff or whatever. They only put up 12. They didn't put up the 13th hour. I don't know if there's a limit or they couldn't and they just haven't put it up yet. Either way, somebody else put it up for Marsha Blackburn. The Marsha Blackburn clip is very funny, and there's a nice little blurb that comes through or whatever where she asks her to define a woman.
Oh my!
We'll do that one last. We'll do that one last. But yeah, it's funny. Let's see. Let's share. I went and I was playing around with Restream a little bit today, seeing if I couldn't make sure that I didn't run into the issues that we ran into the last few days. If anybody is actually here watching, you notice that I didn't actually go and put out something, midday or whatever, saying that I was going to be here because I wanted to see if it would just go through in a single shot. So let's do this one. Bring up this lady. So, like you see, it says 11:59:55 for. I mean, they were actually there for another hour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What's up there? Anybody, before we get started, make sure that you subscribe, share, like, do all that fun stuff, and help that algorithm out. If you're in the audience and you actually say something on either side, either the Twitch or the YouTube, we will hold conversation with you. You don't have to try super chatting yet, because obviously you can't. You can't until you tell all your friends that they need to come over and subscribe to this.
Yep.
When I say all of them, I mean all of them. Even your least favorite friends.
Tie them to a chair. Tell them they have no choice, or else they'll get a jab, and it won't be pretty. So just you got to do what you got to do, folks. Allegedly, right?
Right. So as you can see here, this guy right here. Do you know who this is?
Maybe. He looks familiar.
I believe this guy is this lady's husband, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. So maybe I've seen him in pictures then.
Right. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that's what that is. That's this lady's. He's got some phone.
What that is. It's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Well, that's what that is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's play a few minutes and see what happens here.
Chairman.
Second day is known.
And that's how you spot a map.
Term of medieval justice known as the trial by
MAP.
This will be your opportunity to speak, but each member of the committee has 30 minutes to ask. And I know that they're going to be careful to stay within time limits of those 30 minutes. I do want to remind my colleagues that history has proven that speeches don't have to be eternal to be immortal. President Lincoln learned at Gettysburg that 275 words were enough. So I hope my colleagues and friends will stick to the 30-minute guideline. I'll tap on the gavel if you're getting perilously close to extending beyond.
Yeah, shut up, dirty dick.
A few breaks throughout the day. A number of them are scheduled, one for lunch, one for dinner, and several perhaps shorter ones in the meantime. If votes are called on the Senate floor, which is a possibility, we'll do our best to keep the hearing going as members go back and forth. And as I mentioned yesterday, we welcome all of our friends in the audience and ask that they be quiet and respectful during the hearing. So let's get started with the questioning, and I'll begin at this point. Judge Jackson, there are two issues that came up repeatedly yesterday from the.
So apparently, because he's the head of this, he's the chair or whatever, right? So he's gonna go first. He's gonna be like, "Nah, I'm just gonna go first." Because he's the chair, he has some rights over the rest of them or whatever. Where because he's the guy that calls the shots. He does quite a few little interactions with different people, and I kind of wrote down where those interactions were so that we can kind of get into it with it, because it's kind of funny.
The other side of the aisle that I want to address at the outset.
And I can't adjust the volume. I hope this is loud enough for everybody.
No one questions either your
it's all the way up.
Academic, law school credentials.
I can hear it pretty well.
Or your service as clerk and as
wow,
judge.
I can really hear your fan.
Time and again, you have been
What's that?
asked, what is your judicial philosophy?
I hear your white noise machine. Holy crap.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm like, what is that? I'm like, oh, that's the white noise machine.
It's a very annoying fan.
The annoying fan. That's the only fan we have, so we'll keep it.
Does it fit into
right?
Scalia's
exactly right.
Kavanaugh's textualism? Is it strict construction? Is it liberal? Is it conservative? Lo and behold, I've discovered the answer. It turns out that during the course of your time as a judge, you have actually had written opinions, 573 to be exact.
573 opinions that she's written.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch. She needs to be right on the Supreme Court for that, right? Nobody else has ever done that.
Some of the information that comes out of this, really make you think if she actually should, though.
more or less express your view of the law as the facts are presented to you in each one of those cases. And then some 12,000 pages from the sentencing transcripts of deliberations on important issues. For most of us as elected senators, if people asked, what's your philosophy, we'd point to our voting record. You have a record when it comes to court decisions. And this committee, for the fourth time, is delving into everything that you've published as a judge and even before. So would you like to comment at the outset of those who are looking for a label, what your position is on judicial philosophy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the course of my almost decade
Of human
on the
events.
bench, I have developed
We gotta read the Declaration of
a
Independence.
methodology that I use.
Yeah, right.
Oh, really? She
want
developed a
to
methodology. No
ensure
shit.
that I am ruling impartially and that I am adhering.
No shit.
If you
Like
actually want
everyone
to
else
hear the
told us.
Declaration of Independence, you can actually go to this channel and you can actually search for it and actually find it that I actually read it. So, you know.
Oh yeah, it'd be more pleasant than this bitch.
If you're interested.
To the limits on my judicial authority. I am acutely aware that as a judge in our system, I have limited power, and I am trying in every case to stay in my lane. And so what I do is I essentially follow 3 steps. The first
She's got
step
maps.
is when I get a case, I ensure that I am proceeding from a position of neutrality.
Why? Why do you have to be neutral? Why do you have to come from that position? Why
To
can't you
represent all those gender neutral people, right?
have a position that you stand on? Because obviously you have to have some kind of position that you stand on. If you're not standing on some position in particular, you're lying to me, because you know dang well you have certain thoughts in your head.
Exactly.
And
This is just
what
stupid
you
word
actually,
salad.
how you feel about certain things.
You know, and she also kind of reminds me a little bit of Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris has that same stupid word salad whenever she doesn't know what the hell to say. She's just like, well, I have a judicial philosophy, right? And then there's Kamala just literally describing to you in just a bunch of adjectives what the
That
situation is in front of
Democratic
your
word
face.
salad.
And it's just like, no shit, we can see what's in front of us. Can you tell us what you'd like to do? Well, you know, when you look at the situation with the, people coming out of Ukraine there, I mean, it's very bad. It's very this. It's like, well, no shit. There's refugees coming out of Ukraine. Could you enlighten us on what your position on this is? Oh no, she can't. Like, she's a complete dumbass, and that's what I hear from this. It's like the only thing I know how to do is just let MAPS out of prison and hire them all for my assistance. Like, that's all I hear from this one the entire freaking time. Sorry for the spoilers,
this
but
means that you get a case and it's about something and it's submitted by certain parties. I am in my mind of any preconceived notions about how the case might come out. I'm setting aside any personal views. It's very important that
this is like Judge 101. Like, what the hell?
Right.
I mean, this is what the judge asked the jury in the Kyle Rittenhouse case, if any of you remember that, right? Like, jury selection, like, can you put that aside to make a good decision? Can you put biases aside? Can you do this? It's like, well, no shit. You're supposed to be a judge. You're supposed to put all of your biases aside and actually ascribe the law where it needs to be. Like, that's the whole point of being a judge. No shit.
It's very important that judges rule without fear or favor. The second step is once
Be a little more
I've,
poetic there.
Cleared the decks, so to speak, in this way, I...
Isn't that what Democrats normally do? They sound smart.
Yeah.
They use, rhymes to make it sound like they actually know what they're talking about.
am able to receive all of the appropriate inputs for the case. That is the parties' arguments. They've written briefs. Sometimes we have a hearing. Sometimes we hear from other parties, amici in a case. And then there's the factual record. I am evaluating all of the facts from various perspectives. I think my
I'm
experience.
thoroughly impressed with her knowledge of the courtroom. Now, can we move on to why the hell we should put you on the Supreme Court? Oh, wait, we have to.
Black women.
All of
Yes.
the various experiences that
That's
I've
why.
had really helps me.
She doesn't have a lot
at
of
this
size
stage.
to her, though, so I don't know if she'll really get it, though. They got to find one of a colored woman.
Well, I'm thinking this is the fun that they'll try pushing through. I seriously just don't see it happening. The only reason I don't see it happening is because they didn't confirm it the first time that they tried pushing her through. Does anybody remember that?
Was she for another position?
I believe she was picked for this particular spot one other time, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, no, because we haven't had another Supreme Court opening ever since the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it had to be for another, like,
No,
judgeship, I guess, or
I
something.
believe it was. No, if I could be totally wrong, but I could have sworn that somebody said that this lady was actually chosen one other time for a seat, and she was not confirmed. I could be wrong. I have to look it up real quick while we listen to this.
To see the perspectives of all of the parties and to understand their arguments. And then the third step is the application of the law to the facts in the case. And this is where I'm really observing the constraints on my judicial authority. There are many constraints in our system, importantly, because judges have limited authority. And so I am, first of all, looking at my jurisdiction.
Threshold
matter in every federal case is to make sure that you even
just
have
in different
the
ways, so it
power
looks like
to
she's
hear
making
the
a speech.
case. In evaluating jurisdiction,
And
you're looking at
using
She's like looking off into space, like, what the hell else do I? Oh yeah,
provision, for example, precedent related to it.
It's definitely about using time.
Oh yeah, it's totally about using time.
Because if she can continue to talk and not allow them to ask another question, then she doesn't have to actually try thinking of an answer for the next question. Just saying.
Yeah.
If I merits of the case, if I have jurisdiction, then I am observing the limits on my authority concerning the question. So if it is a statute, for example, or a provision of the Constitution, I'm looking at the text. The adherence to text is a constraint on my authority. I'm trying to figure out what those words mean as they were intended by the people who wrote them. So at this point, I'm looking at original documents. I am focusing on the original public meaning because I'm constrained to interpret the text. Sometimes that's enough to resolve the issue in terms of the merits. Judges also look at history and practice at the time of the
It's interesting that she talks about the stuff that she talks about, like the history and practice and all this other. When it comes down to the couple people that actually have, some great questions for her about some of the things that she's allowed, she kind of has the tendency to sway away from that.
Document was created. If it's a statute, I'm looking at Congress's purposes because, again, I am not importing my
reasserting she's just spewing bull.
The entire exercise about trying to understand what those who created this policy or this law intended. I'm also looking at precedent.
Let the maps go free. Let them touch as many children as they want.
I am looking at prior cases and trying to understand what other judges have said. As a lower court judge, I'm bound by the precedent. And even in
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna share my receipts here real quick.
Koolfrogg got the receipts.
Because when I talk about things, and I actually remember talking about this lady once before. Do you remember talking about this lady once before?
Not particularly.
Oh, because we talked about her. We talked to her. I believe it was you and me. Yeah, I believe it was just you and me, and we did an episode where we talked about the potential picks for this particular seat. We had like 5 different people, and or we had 7 different people, and I actually selected another one. I put Kamala Harris up there. This lady, I could have sworn it was you. So anyway, here it is. In early 2016, the Obama administration officials vetted Jackson as potential nominee to the U.S. Supreme Court to fill the vacancy left by the death of Antonin Scalia. Jackson was one of the 5 candidates interviewed for the potential nominee for the vacancy.
Oh my God, she was. So this was Obama. So this was before Trump.
I mean, I seriously don't just sit there and spew garbage and tell people, what I think I thought, whatever. No, I tell them the truth.
The truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me,
And
my
if
sandwich.
I can, I show receipts. And there you go. That's what you see. Receipts. This lady's been there before, and she failed to do the position or get the position once because of the stuff that was brought up about this.
And just like Stacey Abrams, when you don't win the governor of Georgia, you become the president of the Federation in the new Star Trek series. Because that's how that works. When you become a big fat failure, which is she a very, very fat, very round, spherical failure. That's what happens. You just get, boosted to the top again.
The Supreme Court, if I was fortunate enough to be confirmed, which is a binding.
Well, we know now you weren't the first time.
Principle that justices look at when they're considering precedents. So all of these things.
And you've had more maps come along too.
In terms of my judicial philosophy.
Another issue which has come up to my surprise,
which we have yet to hear your judicial philosophy, and we never will.
Is the notion of the
Spoilers.
composition of the Supreme Court, which euphemistically is referred to as court packing. I have said on the floor, and I will repeat here, there is exactly one living senator who has effectively changed the size of the Supreme Court. That was the Republican leader, Senator McConnell, who shrank the court to 8 seats for nearly a year in 2016.
Oh my God, kill me now.
Now that question.
Just, oh God. I hate this guy so much.
Yeah. I mean, his.
Yes, and Haiti was called an asshole. And like all the rest of this shit that he spews out. That's entirely accurate. That's what he's called Dirty Dick for a reason, because he just sits here and just like pulls these. It's either a completely made up story or it's some construed story, and he just like pulls that out of his ass and just throws it in front of you, and it's like, ha, see, and that smells, doesn't it? Like that's like all the time.
So we're gonna go back 5 seconds here.
2016, when he blocked President Obama's nomination of Merrick Garland. Now that question on court packing was posed to Amy Coney Barrett, Justice of the Court.
Merrick Garland, remember Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States now?
He was asked about it.
Oh yeah, I do.
He was the second one, I guess, after her. It's the same people, it's the same club, and they just keep pumping them through until they get whatever the hell they want.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
She said, and I could not opine. And on many policy issues, then Judge Barrett said repeatedly she could not share her views, stating, quote, I will not express a view on a matter of public policy, especially one that is politically controversial, because that is inconsistent with the judicial role. I do believe we should have rules and traditions and precedents, but we shouldn't have a separate set of rules for Republican nominees and Democratic nominees. So Judge Jackson, if a senator were to ask you today about proposals about changing the current size of the Supreme Court, what would your response be?
Senator, I agree with Justice Barrett in her response to that question when she was asked before this committee. Again, my North Star is the consideration of the proper role of a judge in our constitutional scheme. And in my view, judges should not be speaking to political issues, and certainly not a nominee for a position on the Supreme Court. So I agree with Justice Barrett.
Let me address another issue that came.
Of course, she's gonna, try, talking her way into something, that she's not really on the side of, but she trying to do what she can to get the vote.
Up yesterday in the phase of this hearing, and it's involving child pornography. I want to turn to that issue because it was raised multiple times, primarily by the senator from Missouri. And he was questioning your sentencing record in child pornography cases that do not involve the production of pornographic material. They're known as non-production cases. I wanted to put some context here. The senator from Missouri has in his tweets said of your position on this issue, Judge Jackson has a pattern of letting child porn offenders off the hook for their appalling crimes.
She does.
A judge and a policymaker. She's been advocating it since law school. This goes beyond
She has.
crime, the senator said. I'm concerned this is a record that endangers our children. I thought
It does.
Right. Exactly. All those that he actually just stated that somebody else may have had said and did say are exactly that.
That's Josh Hawley, by the way, that he's quoting.
Right. And we will watch Josh Hawley again.
About his charges, as I watched you and your family listening carefully yesterday, and what impact it might have had on you personally to know that your daughters, husband, parents, family, and friends were hearing the charges that you're.
Who gives a shit?
This law, sentencing.
You're a judge. Tough shit. Deal with it.
Could you tell us what was going through your mind at that
Oh, no, that's right. I forgot this is a stage.
Thank you, Senator. As a mother and a judge who has had to deal with these cases, I was thinking.
If she's a mother, I'd hate to see a deadbeat.
Be further from the truth. These are some of the most difficult cases that a judge has to deal with because we're talking about pictures of sex abuse of children.
Which you let go.
About graphic descriptions.
Which you let go.
Judges have to read.
Which you look for the lowest sentence for him.
When they decide.
Which you decided the lightest sentence that you possibly could. And then you hired a bunch of them yourself. Not those exact people, but other maps.
What it is that a judge has to do in this and any other case when they sentence.
You know who covers that very well?
That statute.
Senator Cruz.
Statute doesn't say.
Oh yeah.
Look only at the guidelines and stop.
He reads her the Riot Act and then some.
Impose the highest possible penalty for this sickening.
I mean, Josh Hawley was pretty beast there, but then this came along.
Says, calculate the guidelines, but also look at various aspects of this offense and impose a sentence that is, quote, sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment. And in every case, when I am dealing with something like this, it is important to me to make sure that the children's perspective, the children's voices are represented in my sentencings. And what that means is that for every defendant who comes before me and who suggests, as they often do, that they're just a looker, that these crimes don't really matter, they've collected these things on the internet and it's fine, I tell them about the victim statements that have come in to me as a judge. I tell them about the adults who were former child sex abuse victims who tell me that they will never have a normal adult relationship because of this abuse. I tell them about the ones who say,
and let more of them go to do more of it all over the country.
fell into drugs
or wherever.
because I was trying to suppress the hurt that was done to me as an infant, and the one that was
So something happened to you as an infant?
Probably.
And
I mean, honestly,
now
to be perfectly honest,
you told us at the beginning that you seriously you don't take a stance on certain things or whatever. You put yourself in a neutral spot.
and yet for maps, it's just let them all go all the way.
But she's bringing up, things of, things that happened to her as an infant, and to me that makes you have some kind of position on something. You're not neutral.
Well, it's not her. I mean, she is trying to like mouth off the story of other people that she claims that she's heard. But to be honest, she probably has, because a lot of these people that are in these positions, they go through this kind of
trying
abuse.
to suppress the hurt that was done to me.
No, she's repeating off what other people have told her. Like at the beginning, she says, like, this is the stories that they tell me, or whatever. This is the things that they tell me. Or I'm trying to express to the people that did it.
I must have missed something.
the normal adult relationship because of this abuse. I tell them about the ones who say, I went into prostitution, I fell into drugs because I was trying to suppress hurt that was done to me
See?
as an infant.
Okay.
And the one that was the most telling to me, that I describe at almost every one of these sentencings, when I look in the eyes of a defendant who is weeping because I'm
as you let their abuser go.
What I say to him is, do you know that there is someone who has written to me and who has told me that she has developed agoraphobia? She cannot leave her house because she thinks that everyone she meets will have seen her pictures on the internet. They're out there forever. At the most vulnerable time of her life, and so she's paralyzed. I tell that story to every child porn defendant as a part of my sentencings, so that they understand what they have done. I say to them that there's only a market for this kind of material because there are lookers, that you are contributing to child sex abuse. And then I impose a significant sentence and all of the additional
Of 3 months that gets reduced because of, good behavior and other different things, I bet, and it's time served
people
probably.
are looking at 20, 30, 40 years of supervision. They can't use their computers in a normal way for decades.
See how she beats around this? They're not in prison. 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 They're not nailed to a wall, allegedly.
How horrible this crime is.
Which is why you let them all go.
It should be noticed.
Never address the issue.
The cases which the senator from Missouri referred to yesterday all resulted in incarceration of some magnitude.
Of some magnitude, 2 months, 3 months, maybe 4 months sometimes.
Right. So I had brought up earlier that
I mean, if you abuse a dog, you can get put in prison for like friggin' 10 years in some states. And like, oh, this woman's just like, you know what? You recorded some child porn or whatever. Like, you know what? Why don't we just, like, let you out in like a couple of months here, man? Like, it'll be fine.
So I had brought up earlier that I did an episode where I had brought this lady up and I did whatever, like a SCOTUS pick or whatever, where, just this, and it's marked prior to retire, because that's pretty much what it was. Justice Breyer is retiring. I recorded the episode with the Jimmy YouTube. So America Shirts wasn't with us that night. That's why you don't remember it. It was from January 27th. Anybody that's interested in that, January 27th was the episode date, and it was prior to retire. You should actually go check that out because it's very interesting, and you can actually maybe see why this lady maybe isn't the best pick out of the 8 people that were actually selected as being black women.
Women.
Anyway, I just like to put up my sheets real quick. So let's go back just a few seconds here.
But the cases which the senator from
I
Missouri
wish he
referred
talked
to
louder.
yesterday all resulted in incarceration of some magnitude. In the one case, the Hilly case, I want to quote what you said on the record. This family has been torn apart, speaking to the defendant, by your criminal actions. You saw it on the faces of those women, you heard it in their voices, and the impact of your acts
And you didn't care.
victims who are still struggling to recover this day makes your crime among the most serious criminal offense this court has ever sentenced.
Which is why we give you 3 months.
Of 29 and a half years on that defendant. So the notion that you look at this casually or with leniency, as the senator has said, your record belies that. And in fact, what we're dealing with here is an issue which even this committee and members on the committee have been loath to address again. The original law was written at least 9 or 10, maybe longer, years ago, and the quantity of material was relevant to the sentencing. And now that we have computer access to voluminous amounts of material, it has raised question, has it not, within the judiciary as to the appropriate sentencing in today's circumstances. This was a question that was raised before the sentencing.
That has nothing to do with it.
It was
Someone
Senator,
recording it has nothing to do with it. They're there on the scene. It's just like if you have a getaway driver in a bank robbery, they get charged the same. That's exactly what it is. That pornography would never get out there if you weren't there to record it, and yet they did it anyway. There is no excuse.
Commission has written at least one report. It did.
Oh wait, but she happens to find one.
Looking at the operation of this guideline, as you said, the guideline was based originally on a statutory scheme and on directives, specific directives by Congress at a time in which more serious child pornography offenders were identified based on the volume, based on the number of photographs that they received in the
More
day.
serious?
They totally.
Or so there's like 5 of the same picture that they take, and that's just that makes it more or less okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't care what you think that the statute means, or not. What am I saying? I don't care exactly what a particular statute might say one time or another. You have to know that that is completely wrong. Right, like just because, well, you might be able to interpret the statute this way or this way because it was older, it was written at this time. So maybe if we can just like skim the lines and like make a few little excuses, like no. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I really do. I see what you're saying.
It's like you can try and make some sort of legal argument of one thing or another, but we all know what the intent of that was. It was, hey, you're recording this, you're complicit with this crime. It doesn't matter if you have 5 or 10 pictures. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but no.
Right.
Let's just keep like using word salad and trying to
or even
reinterpret
fucking
law.
one.
Yes.
Even having one is more than enough.
Yeah, exactly. And so we can sit here and try to make it out to be like the law allows for there to be 2 pictures rather than 3 in order for you to get like, maybe a couple months off your sentence or like, 2 or 3 years, or how about like the entire freaking thing because that's exactly what she did.
Just the one alone constitutes enough to put you up against the fucking wall.
Yeah.
You don't deserve, I'm serious.
Yeah, and they deserve the maximum
hit
sentence
that
every
fan
time.
for me.
What's that?
I say you should hit your fan for me.
Yes.
Holy man.
Oh, is it loud?
Only if you can. Yeah. I'm just catching this really big.
Oh, hold on.
It sounds like somebody's trying to run through the room with a butcher knife.
Total sense before when we didn't have the internet, when we didn't have distribution. But the way that the guideline is now structured, based on that set of circumstances, is leading to extreme disparities in the system because it's so easy for people to get volumes of this kind of material now by computers. So it's not doing the work.
So, like, within the last 10 years, these computers have totally done something. Really? In just the last 10, computers have changed things? I don't get how computers have changed
Yeah.
things only in the last 10
It's
years.
almost as if, right, like later on in this thing, she'll actually bring up, the United States, when they created the Constitution, they didn't have cell phones. They didn't have other different pieces of technology, so you can't really apply it in that kind of a way, right, or whatever. And we have to make a different interpretations of these of the law, or make accurate interpretations as to what it pertains to, because there's technologies and things we didn't used to have. But she makes the argument that you have to keep the principle the same. Well, in this particular case, don't you have to keep the principle the same? Child porn is still child porn. I mean, if you took a picture of a naked kid and started spreading it around in the 1850s, I mean, wouldn't that still be considered? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, but no, we have cell phones and technology, so that makes it different. How exactly does that make the underlying crime different? Exactly. So what? You can spread voluminous amounts of it. So what? Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. No matter what,
The crime is still the
what
crime.
you
I mean,
did,
again, it's the
get
underlying
against the
principle
wall.
of you are doing this to children, and you are recording someone abusing and using a child sexually. Like, that's still a crime.
Right?
It doesn't matter if you did it in the 1850s and took pictures with like Edison's light bulb or whatever in the background or something. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's still the same crime. Murder is still murder. Rape is still rape. Grape is still grape. Excuse me. Pardon me. I just said that. All those crime is still crime. Theft is
Right,
still
it's
theft.
right.
Oh, but
Exactly.
wait. They had horse and buggies. We have cars now. Like, I mean, that's the argument we're making at this point.
Oh, because we have cars now.
It makes it different because, see,
going
they
and
had to go and
stealing something
put the
from
gas in the gas engine, whereas
financial
before
institutions.
they had to feed the horse 2 days early so that they could make a good getaway. It's a little bit different. Maybe we need to lessen the sentence here. You know what I'm saying?
I bet we could actually go and rob the bank with a Tesla.
Oh, yes, because it's different. It's a different technology, and you charge the battery differently. It takes a different amount of time. Maybe we'll reduce your sentence 2, 3, or 4 months, or maybe we'll just reduce it entirely.
Susan, we're just being silly, and we're just kind of throwing, if this works this way, that works that way. We're not saying we're not going to do anything. Neither one of us has enough money to go buy a Tesla. We need a couple more people to come in here and subscribe, share, and do some stuff, and so that we can actually get our watch hours and everything in.
I honestly don't want a Tesla.
I don't either. It's the point of
they're
the
driving
matter
down the
is-
road. Freaking lithium ion. We have,
I'm like, there's nobody watching this at all. You know where everybody is? They're still sitting over with good logic. He's still going.
Oh my God, he's still going.
No, he's still going. He's trying to finish up that debate analysis.
Oh God, that video there that he was doing. Holy freak!
The people that he's talking to, I really don't care for either one of them.
Oh my God, they're such ignoramuses. They're so goddamn ignorant. It's ridiculous.
Right?
They'll literally sit there and they'll be like, I mean, they'll change the argument. It's almost as bad as talking to a leftist politician, although the leftist politician doesn't change the goalpost in that argument with Sargon of Akkad in that video as many times as they do. I mean, they'll do it every nanosecond. They'll change the goalpost again. It's like, what the hell? It's like you all just you sit there and put on this face of oh yes, we're so neutral. I'm I'm centrist or whatever is what that Stitch guy or whatever says. I don't know what the hell is he, like a little blue alien runs around and wreaks havoc on everything, because it kind of sounds like it. For freaking Joe Biden, the hell you aren't a little freaking alien running around causing havoc everywhere. That's what the hell you gave us. You gave us the little alien.
He's like you and me. He wants to stay anonymous and not show his face.
Yeah. But still, I
You're
mean,
being double anonymous today. You're not showing your face and you're not showing your logo.
yeah, it's my logo, my avatar. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, but that was that just kind of, he just makes me pissed off.
Right. Okay, let's get back to this lady real quick.
Of differentiating who is a more serious offender in the way that it used to. So the commission has taken that into account, and perhaps even more importantly, courts are adjusting their sentences in order to account for the changed
You mean
circumstances.
you
But
are
it says
adjusting your
nothing
sentences.
about the
Well,
court's
others are
reviewing
too,
the
but that doesn't make it right.
seriousness of this offense.
But that's it. But again, that's the argument, right? It's like, oh well, other people are doing it, so I get to do it too, and that's why I get to be on the Supreme Court. Tough shit. I mean, that's literally the argument she's making. Other people do it too.
Right.
Oh, so I get to do it too. Well, no, you don't. Especially if you're going to sit on the Supreme Court.
Judge, there have been several news organizations that have taken a look at the Senator from Missouri's charges. ABC News, CNN,
Oops, sorry.
the Washington Post,
My annoying
and
fan.
others have concluded that they are inaccurate and unfair to you in their conclusions.
I just wish Durbin would talk a little louder.
They are meritless to the point of unacceptable levels.
Well, when you're a liar, you tend to talk in a tonality in which, maybe you won't get too sus about it.
Fewer than 30%. Between 2015 and 2020, in the D.C. District Court where you served, judges imposed below-guideline sentences in non-production cases 80% of the time for the reasons you've just explained. Judges in Missouri, the home state of the senator who has criticized your record, did so 77%.
I don't give a shit, and neither does Josh Hawley, and neither does anybody else in their right mind. Dirty dick.
And there's a couple others that we're going to listen to that are actually going to feel the same exact way.
One particular judge.
But let's keep defending the maps, because the room's probably full of them, allegedly.
President Trump, unfortunately, has 77% record. If I'm sorry, I'm going to make sure that this is accurate.
So if we're going to stop here at the second because, okay, so he's going to go to Leahy. I really don't care about Leahy. I mean, I didn't know if you actually caught anything in that out of Leahy that you thought was interesting enough to actually catch him. So.
Not really.
So then basically what happens is at an hour. So, he goes to Grassley. He goes to Grassley right here. So, he goes to Grassley, which is the. You can see there's Grassley.
He's the old fogey from Oklahoma, I think.
Right. He goes from Grassley. Grassley really didn't really care what he had to say. He's just an old. There's Leahy. He's the nice guy.
He's an old Muskogee. He's an old Okie from Muskogee, if you want to call it that.
Right. So then, right after Leahy is
and he doesn't
Graham.
know what the hell he's doing anymore at this point. I mean, his staffers just hand him a piece of paper, and he goes, "And thank you." Like, I mean, he barely knows where he's at even at this point. I mean, every time
I made a comment the other day. Somebody asked a question on Twitter about what we should do and why we don't still do certain things when it comes to treason. And I kind of said maybe we should start with the first four, the top four people that are in their government right now, and see how fast everybody else straightens out. You know what the top four is, right? President, vice president, Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
And the Speaker, Speaker Tempore. Is that what you call him?
Speaker.
Which is this guy?
That's the vice president of the Senate. Oops, sorry.
No, this guy right here, Mr. Leahy.
Oh, this position that he's in right now?
Number 4. He's the 4th person in position. He's just the speaker of whatever. He's the head of the Senate. Other than that's where he would move up. He is if the president and vice president were both removed for whatever reason, you'd have Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Leahy. That's the order of succession. You realize that, right?
Oh, yes. I know who he is now. Okay, never mind.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he's the guy that said, preceding the fake impeachment that was neither legal nor real. Oh, by the way, Koolfrogg, now that I'm in a room where my fan isn't buzzing all that much, I can kind of hear a bit of an echo of myself. It's not loud, but
you're hearing my headset. My headset's I put it back as far as I could over the top of my ears as opposed to wearing it on my forehead, and that's I can't hear anything if I turn it down. That's what you're hearing.
Oh, God.
Maybe I can now that I'm not. We'll try again here in a little bit. Got a frog in my throat. All right.
You're a cannibal?
Are you going to listen to Leahy, or do you just want to switch up to Graham?
Well, I'm kind of stunned right here. You're a. Did you are you a cannibal? You have a frog in your.
Yeah. No. That's where the frog comes from.
Yeah.
I got the Koolfrogg.
That's a little. I'm a
I
little
can talk with
now.
the frog, and I can sound even better, even more cool than I do without the frog. Just saying. Did you want to listen to Mr. Leahy, or did you want to go up to Graham?
Oh yeah, let's hear what Graham has to say.
Okay, we'll go up to Graham. So then Graham was at 133. We'll kind of set back a few seconds and skip up to it.
Hey, so hoping to skip away. Oh my! Oh.
Again, congratulations.
You look at Mr. Jimmy
We'll talk to you a
YouTube's
little bit about
comment.
family and faith, because in your opening statement,
I had a different overlay.
I thought he was going to say Lindsey.
Hey Jimmy, what's up, man?
Whatever.
praise of a person, a good friend.
He's here with us in spirits.
Family, you should be proud.
In spirits.
What faith are you, by the way?
Senator, I am.
That almost sounds like he's drunk.
Protestant.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to switch my devices here 1 second.
Could you fairly judge?
Yeah, that's kind of funny, Jimmy. I like that next comment that he
Senator,
had on
I
it.
have a record.
It's very good.
I think the answer would be yes.
Judging everyone.
I believe you can. I'm just asking this question because
Okay, so I gotta.
how important is your faith to you? Okay.
Non-denominational.
Okay. You have a wonderful family. You should be proud, and your faith matters to you. What faith are you, by the way?
Senator, I am Protestant.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Non-denominational.
Okay. Could you?
She's Protestant, non-denominational, and she's very proud of her religion.
Do you fairly judge a Catholic?
Senator, I have a record of
I think the
fairly
answer would be yes.
judging everyone.
I believe you can. I'm just asking this question because how important is your faith to you?
Senator, personally, my faith is very important.
Exactly, Jimmy YouTube. I'm Protestant. Yeah, she's Protestant, non-denominational. And that was the best answer she could come up with. Is she had to actually think about it for a few seconds. Protestant. I think that's the one church that I went to that one day.
But as you know, there's no religious test in the Constitution under Article 6, and
There will be none with me.
and
And like he just said, there'd be none with me. So, Ketanji has nothing to do with it. Oh, sorry, buddy. There you are. You didn't show up right away. It's not my fault.
Okay,
We'll
you
put
got to
your
rewind
smiley
this
face.
here a little bit so that I can
Oh,
rant
you
about
had
this.
comment.
Because I was switching my device here. I'm
No, I got you.
I'm now at my official.
That's why it has a shirt on. Thanks for putting your shirt on.
You're welcome. This is totally not a weird outing now.
LOL shirts got brought to the shadow realm.
What?
I don't know what that means. I guess we'll laugh. Oh.
The shadow realm.
Oh, it's
non-denominational.
Okay.
non-denominational.
Judge a Catholic.
Wait, what's the original question?
Senator, I have record of
Proud and your
We got to go back a little further.
good friend. The opening congratulations. I want to talk to you a little bit about family and faith because in your opening statement,
Okay, Graham Cracker, let's go.
Who introduced you to
Get it? Because he's Graham and he's white. Because
Floyd,
he's a Graham. Okay.
Hey, listen.
I want to talk to you a little bit about family and faith because in your opening statement, the people who introduced you to the committee, there was very glowing praise of you as a person, a good friend. You have a wonderful family. You should be proud, and your faith matters to you.
And your faith matters to you.
Faith in
What
the
faith
map
are you,
god?
by the way?
I am Protestant.
Okay.
I am Protestant. That's
the
what
most
Jimmy YouTube
reassuring
said.
face
This is
I've
Protestant.
ever seen in my freaking life.
So then look at Graham's face as Graham kind of looks at her.
Holy,
Non-denominational.
Yeah,
He's like waving his hand at her, and she's like non-denominational.
Could you fairly judge a Catholic?
Could you fairly judge a Catholic?
Senator, I have a record of
I think the
fairly
answer would be yes.
judging everyone.
I believe you can. I'm just asking the question because how important is your faith to you?
How important is your faith to you?
I mean, the only
Protestant
faith that I can think of that's fairly popular amongst people like this, that promotes being a map all the time,
Senator,
is
personally,
Satanism.
My faith.
Is that why she's dressed in red? Anyway, I want to look like the devil.
Senator,
What?
personally,
I'm curious what she's going to be wearing today.
my faith is very important.
Yeah, Jimmy, right, exactly.
But as you know, there's no religious.
It's like, yeah. Spit it out. Come on. Let's go. We got a show to do here. Come on.
With me.
And it's very important to set aside one's personal views.
Yeah.
About things in the role of a judge.
No shit, you just said that. How many times has she said this?
So
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 times. How many damn times is she going to say the exact same damn thing? How far are we along in this anyway, right? What is this, like an hour in? She said the same thing like 18 different times?
on a scale of 1 to 10, how faithful would you say you are in terms of religion? You know, I go to church probably 3 times a year, so that
1, maybe a half.
Speaks poorly of me.
He says I only go to church a few times a year.
Or do you attend church?
Well, Senator,
yeah, he has too many
I am
occult ceremonies to go to. He doesn't have time.
Talk about
What?
my faith in this way.
I'm reluctant
Allegedly.
to talk about my faith in this way.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Because-
ranting about Graham. Yeah, right. We got this
Right.
bitch. They're both so
It's
insufferable.
about this lady, really, when it comes down to it. You know,
It's about
you. It's about her. It's about her, and I seriously feel the same about her now as I did last time. Jimmy, you too, if you're actually with us and you're actually paying attention, if you remember, we actually did the Breyer to retire episode where we picked up 8 different people and went through their Wikipedia pages and
That was
read
back in
through them.
January when you two
Right.
did that.
All right, you and me did that back at the end. It was January 27th episode that we did it, and we brought up this lady, and we actually pointed out that she was actually selected by the Obama administration for replacement for Antonin, and didn't get the seat. You take your faith with you where you go. Doesn't matter how often you go to church. Yeah, well, church isn't about a building either. Church is about how you feel inside. I mean, I go to church every morning, so I mean, it's really how you
Church
feel
is
about.
the people, and if you are one of the people of God, if you
Right,
are
exactly,
of
and
the
it does,
church, the
and
body
you
of
don't have to
Christ,
be
then
in the
that's
same room
you.
with each other. So, like when I say I went to church this morning, I usually go and I listen to, like Father Pavone or something, just because whatever, it helps.
By the way, he's more Christian and more akin to uh, biblical doctrine than most of the quote unquote Protestant people in the United States would try to be, when they claim to be a little bit more accurate than perhaps maybe even the Catholics. Like he's more accurate than the rest of them. That's how bad it has gotten.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
But go listen to Father Frank Pavone. Very, very, very prominent Catholic.
Just because I want to be mindful of the need for the public to have confidence in my ability to separate out my personal views.
Well, how would you feel if a senator up here said, your faith, a dogma, lives loudly within you, and that's of concern? How would you feel if somebody up here on our side said, you attend church too much for me, or your faith is a little bit different to me, and they would suggest that it would affect your decision?
Says Lindsey Graham, the Yahtzee
You find that
supporter
offensive?
in Ukraine. But what the hell? We won't go into that, right?
I mean, you see him his favor. He's got a lapel pin. Favoring Ukraine. So we can pull up an
He's so
opinion
moral.
piece. I mean, we can walk away from this for a little bit. We can pull up an opinion piece that I come across or whatever from I don't know, was it Africa or something or other, and their opinion piece on what was going on in the Ukraine was very, very interesting, and how much of the World Economic Forum that they talk about.
Senator,
I would if I were you. I found it offensive when they said it about Judge Barrett. The reason I ask these questions is I have no doubt that your faith is important to you, and I have zero doubt that you can adjudicate people's cases fairly if they're an atheist.
Just keep placating, Lindsay.
If I had
No
any
one
doubt,
believes you.
I would say so. But the only reason I mention this, Judge, you're reluctant to talk about it because it's uncomfortable. Just imagine what would happen if people on late night television called you an effing nut, speaking in tongues because you practiced the Catholic faith in a way they couldn't relate to or found uncomfortable. So, Judge, you should be.
Jimmy thinks this is such a farce.
Oh, it is. This is just complete bullshit.
Church, it will not affect your ability to be fair. And I just hope going in the future that we all can accept that, and that
This
Judge
is just him
Barrett, I thought,
placating
was
to his
treated
base again.
very, very poorly. So I just wanted to get that out. Let's talk
In South
about
Carolina
family.
and other places, of course, that give him money.
So if you caught that, he actually says, I just wanted to get all that up because I really felt that it was horrible how everybody treated Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah, of course, that's what he's trying to do. Because he's trying to
Mhm.
placate to people's religion and be like, see, I'm a supporter.
Into the right. See, I'm your supporter. I'm with you. Mm-hmm. We see you. We see you, old man.
Do you know Janice Rogers?
As he supports people who literally kill and slaughter Christians in Ukraine. But whatever, allegedly, right?
Janice Rogers Brown. Do you know who Janice Rogers Brown is?
Do I?
I'm just asking a question. I don't think I do. Is this supposed to be somebody important?
Does
Or
he
is it
ask a
just her mom?
question about it? I'm sorry, I get to ranting in those instances, and I just kind of.
Janice Rogers Brown is a United States federal judge. If I'm not mistaken, Janice Rogers Brown was one of those 8.
Ah.
Somebody needs to go watch my episode on Prior to Retire.
Oh, Jimmy posted a comment. Imagine what would happen.
She was.
Oh, go ahead.
She was. Yeah. Yep. She was. So.
Oh, you're looking at it. So okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Wikipedia. I mean, we can switch screens real quick if we need to. You know, if you want to see this, or she's part of the California Court.
Is there a
Court
picture?
of Appeal? Yeah, sure. I'll throw it up there real quick. Let's do that.
And what is he asking about her, by the way? Because again, I got to ranting a little bit there, and I kind of went over top of his questioning there.
The question's right there, right at the bottom of that
Oh,
screen.
just do you know
I'm sorry,
her?
I just took it away. It says, "Do you know Janice Rogers Brown?"
Okay, so that's it then. Okay.
I'm pretty sure this was another nomination. It says that I have 3 people watching me. Hello, who's ever watching me?
Hello.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming. Make sure to share, like, and subscribe. If you actually subscribe to the channel, I do have a VIP open Discord for anybody that's subscribing. Jimmy YouTube says, "I'm tired of all these two-faced cowards. Put them all on a sword." Oh,
all to the sword.
All to the sword.
A little bit much of a Elden Ring there. No, I'm just kidding.
So
I know what you mean.
You know this lady right here. Oh,
this tiny picture. Oh, now it's blurry. But you can see that.
Right. It's blurry, and whatever. You get what it is. Whatever. This lady.
Oh God! Look, he's got Mandarin on the side there.
Mandarin? I ain't got no Mandarin on the side of there. Anyway, I just clicked on the picture. I was trying to make it bigger. It was better off probably just leaving it right where it was. So I'm pretty sure this was one of those pics. Well, I watched a couple of those moves that they go through, and I really don't know.
It's like every politician, every time they go out, the animation.
I mean, if you could release one on the 548 that are in Congress right now, that'd be totally awesome. I mean, that'd be fun to watch. We just replace all of them. So this lady, look at that, her political party is Republican, appointed Board George W. to her current office of the United States Courts of Appeals in the District of Columbia. So, I mean, obviously she knows who this lady is. She's from D.C. herself. If you didn't see He says, "Yes, perfect. I'll gather the giant monsters." Thank you, Jimmy YouTube. For the first 2 decades of her career, Brown primarily worked for the government agencies from 1977 to 1979. She was 79 to 87. She was the Deputy Attorney General for the Criminal and Civil Divisions. In 87 to 89, she went
California.
Right. She moved to California and did the transportation and housing.
Oh no, she was in California as Deputy Attorney General, and then so that's all in the same. So she's still in California.
Right. She's right. She's in I mean, this is
Kansas
to 1989. So, California Supreme Court. She moved up November of '94. So this lady has been around a lot. She's been around some predominant people that are out in this world.
Hey, there's a Wisconsin former Supreme Court justice. state Supreme Court justice. It's saying some things now, but of course he's dismissed. No one takes his record into account about anything. But we all can take others into account when they go along with whatever we want. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's a little interesting.
In May 23, on May 23, Senator John McCain announced that their agreement between 7 Republicans and 7 Democrats, U.S. senators, the Gang of 14, to ensure an up and down vote on Brown and several other stalled Bush nominees. So she was pushed through into her seats.
She was bushed through.
Pushed. Yeah, she was bushed.
Because I'm funny like that.
You can see that
But
she
anywho,
has
we get the picture, I
she
guess.
has something to say about Justice Scalia. Whatever. We went through this lady. I'm telling people, go watch prior to retire. I really need some watch hours and I need some more subs.
Subs? He doesn't mean the sandwich. He needs a coffee, not a sub.
I really
but he needs
need
an
to
actual
stop
subscription sub.
with the bread. And now that spring's here, and things happen or whatever, the body
Veggies.
changes a little bit. I start eating more vegetables and less breads and more meat and stuff like that. So body changes during the summertime. It's awesome.
Koolfrogg, are you
Anyway.
trying to tell us something?
No, it's just how it works. So that's what everybody should kind of take yourself outside after you're done watching this. Go for a walk. It's beautiful.
Except for if you live in New York. You shouldn't be
bring this
walking
back up.
around in New York. You should be leaving New York. Just so you know.
Okay, so
Yes, I do know her.
How do you know her?
She was a judge on the court that I now serve. We didn't overlap, and I'm struggling to remember whether I ever met her, but she was a judge on the circuit court.
Right, and you were a district court judge, is that right?
I was, but I don't know whether she had.
I think you were.
Retired
Are
at
they
the
in the
time.
same building?
They are in the same building.
Okay.
They are. In
So
the
you
same
really don't know her?
Oh,
I know of her. Yes.
okay. So and see if you would just let me finish where I was going with this. So then, in November of 2018, President Trump reportedly considered nominating Brown for the U.S. Attorney General after resignation of Jeff Sessions. Trump appointed Matthew Whitaker, acting U.S. Attorney General, before nominating William Barr for the position in December 2018. Just saying. This Brown lady that this lady you potentially maybe doesn't know, she's really been around a lot.
What do you know?
Yeah, sounds like she's been around the block.
I know that she's a very well-respected judge on my circuit.
Okay. And in terms of family, she was the daughter and granddaughter of sharecroppers. She was raised in Alabama under Jim Crow. Despite this adversity, she put herself through law school as a single working mother. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yes, Senator.
Your background is very impressive. You seem to have a great family. If family mattered, we would not have done to her what was done to her here in the United States Senate. Do you realize that she was filibustered for 2 years when she was appointed to the D.C. Circuit?
I didn't know that.
Did you know that Joe Biden actively filibustered Janice Rogers Brown?
I did not know that.
Did you know that he told Face the Nation?
Did you know that?
Oh, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the Democrats always do this with every Republican that comes up, unless, of course, it's some rhino Republican or whatever, or somebody that they feel like they can manipulate, or is favorable to them.
If Bush nominates her for the Supreme Court, I can assure you that would be a very, very, very difficult fight, and she probably
Very,
would be
very,
filibustered.
very,
That news
very,
too.
very difficult,
Yes.
because he likes to repeat himself. Joe Biden always has.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Now
he's
that you
freaking
know that, how do you
autistic or
feel
something,
about
but whatever.
Right. Very, very, you know, because if you didn't understand the first very, he wants you to understand that the second and third and fourth varies kind
And
of
the fifth and the
accentuate
sixth
the
one,
first
too.
one. Right.
Senator, I can't speak to something that I just learned 2 seconds ago in your
Okay, fair enough.
conversation with me.
Fair enough. You're in the Black Law School Society, right? At
The
Harvard?
Black Law Students Association.
Okay, Black Law Student Association.
Yes.
You're a member at Harvard.
Yes.
And in sometime, the Mr. Jeffries thing, do you remember that whole dust-up? You got,
Only in preparation for this, and I think I was in college at the time. It was my senior year of college.
okay, so you weren't actually in the group when he was invited to speak?
I don't know which group invited him to speak. I was a black student at Harvard, both in the Harvard Undergraduate Black Students Association and the Harvard Law School Black
Right.
Students Association.
Do you remember going to a speech given by Mr. Jeffries? I think he's the uncle of Akeem Jeffries.
I did not go to a speech
Okay.
given by Mr. Jeffries.
Are you now familiar with the press reports about what Mr. Jeffries' views are?
Just in preparation for this.
Okay, and do you associate yourself with those views?
I do not, Senator.
As a matter of fact, he's been called by many as very anti-Semitic. He called you skunk who stink up the place. You don't agree with that, do you?
I do not, Senator.
And it would be wrong for me or anybody else to hold his statement against you because he spoke at some group you're a member of, right?
Senator, I don't have, yes.
She doesn't know where he's going with this because he always does this. Every time he talks, he'll ask you a series of questions that are leading up to the big question that he's going to ask. And he does it on purpose because he knows how to get to the particular words that he wants.
Yep, because he wants this is a show for the cameras to go to his base, to go to the Republicans. I'm still Republican, like you always remember. I'm the same person. No. In fact, you were never the person that you said you were. Ever, at all, ever. Your entire political career, Mr. Lindsey Graham.
It would be, yeah, that's right. That's the right answer. I thought that was the right answer with Judge Alito. When they made a big deal about some group he was in that had views that he didn't agree with and tried to call him basically a racist, and found out that Senator Kennedy, God rest his soul, who beat the crap out of the guy for being part of some supper club that was actually in some organization called the OWL that didn't admit women. So I guess the reason I'm bringing all
The
this
owl that didn't admit women. Oh,
gives me
God,
a
that
chance
sounds a little
to
satanic
remind this
there.
committee in
A little
America,
occultic there.
There are two standards going on here.
That's
You're
a
an
little weird.
African-American conservative woman, you're fair game to have your life turned upside down.
If you're an African American woman,
An African-American conservative woman, you're fair
Conservative
game to have your
woman.
life turned upside down.
Fox
You
News
filibuster, no
talking
matter-
points. So they can bring it up on Sean Hannity and be like, wow, Lindsey Graham is so conservative. We really need to keep him in the Senate.
Qualified you are.
F off,
and
Lindsey
if you
Graham.
express your faith as a conservative, all of a sudden you're a effing nut. And we're tired of it.
and we're tired of it. He kind of nods his head a little bit.
All of a sudden you're a effing nut. And we're tired of it. And it's not going to happen to you. But it just appalls me that we can have such a system in America. That if a conservative woman wants to stand out and say, I love my family just as much as you love
Oh my
yours,
God.
and my faith means just as much to me as it does you, that all of a sudden there comes some kind of weirdo.
This is such an act. I swear to God.
Perfect pause. Why are the girls in the background staring at the camera?
This is true. I forgot to look back there. Yeah.
Why? Quit staring at the camera.
Yeah, the one on the right-hand side looks like she's seen a freaking ghost.
Yeah, she looks like she's not comfortable at all. Like
No, not at all.
Somebody did something and she's very upset. The other one looks like she's like trying to get noticed.
Yes,
if I look
very
at the
much
camera
so.
long enough, somebody will see that I'm staring at them.
A guy like Justice Alito, who's in the same type situation you're in, being in a group doesn't agree with everything they do or what people may say.
How many drugs do you think that girl on the stage right is? Oh my lord.
God,
He didn't go to all of a
yeah,
sudden.
right.
You know,
A little bit of heroin. she's like shaking a little bit of heroin. Never heard anybody.
I mean, I guess it is a little early in the day. When you think about it, this is an hour and a half into it. I mean, she just woke up and, pulled a big one. Dropped one, jumped in the shower, took another one up the other side.
Oh,
I'm ready.
This is over.
Let's go.
People will say you were at least well treated, even if we don't agree with you. So now let's talk about Gitmo. Being a
where you should
public
be
defender,
residing, allegedly, and a lot of others, allegedly.
Look, I stopped it, and it still says it at the bottom of the screen about Gitmo.
That's a perfect meme. Someone needs to screenshot this. He's like staring off in the distance about Gitmo. He's like, oh shit.
did you consider that rewarding?
Senator, yes, I did, because public service is very important to me. It is an important family value. It is something that
Public.
now
Wait.
I've dedicated my career to.
Public service is a family value. What the hell does that mean? I mean, this is my point. She has literally no goddamn clue what the hell is even coming out of her mouth. She's just spewing shit.
Is very important to me. It is an important family value.
Public service is a very important family value. Like, what the hell do you turn your kids like, okay, you know what, kids? Be nice to each other and make sure to be a public servant and serve on the Supreme Court. It's a family value. Like, what the hell? Nobody says this.
That
obviously, because it's dumbassery.
Yes. And do you think it's important to the system that everybody be represented?
Absolutely. It's a core constitutional value.
You'll get no complaint from me. That was my job in the Air Force. I was
a constitutional value.
I represented anybody that came in the door, whether I liked them or not. I did my best. Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
What else did you do in your background in naval intelligence there, Mr. Lindsey Graham?
Where you like them or not.
Oh, we won't talk about that.
That cause, no problem with me. You're just doing your job, and I think you make our country stronger. But there's the other side of the story that never gets mentioned when I talk about Gitmo. The American people deserve a system that can keep terrorists off the battlefield. They deserve a system that understands the difference between being at war and a crime. Do you consider 9/11, you said, a terrible, tragic event? Would you consider it an act of war?
Would you consider it an act of war?
Who, me?
I mean, technically, somebody attacked something, so, you'd almost think that, hey, they did something, it's time to get them back for, the lives taken, supposedly.
You would think, now wouldn't you?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I would too. I think it was an act of war by Al-Qaeda and associated groups against.
Which is why we went to the Middle East and went to Afghanistan for 20 years to run the poppy fields. Allegedly. And the oil and all the rest. Allegedly, right?
We had no clue what hypersonic anything was at that time, right?
So as you rightfully are proud of your service as a public defender.
I'm assuming.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Gitmo detainees, which is part of our system. I want you to understand and the nation to understand what's been happening at Gitmo. What's the recidivism rate at Gitmo?
Senator, I'm not aware.
It's 31%.
You're not aware of
How
anything,
does that strike
bitch.
you?
You have no damn clue about anything. Look at her face. She's completely clueless. This is the face of someone who has no damn clue what the hell they're talking about.
Look
She
how
doesn't even
high
know.
her eyebrows are on her head.
Right, exactly. She's like completely
She's
surprised.
like,
She's shocked. She's like,
what did
oh,
you
what?
just ask me?
Gitmo, what? It's like, yeah, this is a part of, again, like you have.
This is part of the government that you're trying to be part of.
Yes.
Happening at Gitmo. What's the recidivism rate at Gitmo?
Look at that face. She's like, what is Gitmo? I don't know. I mean, she has no clue. She's completely clueless.
Senator, I'm not aware.
I'm not aware. What is this building called again? I need my coffee. I need my Starbucks.
31% is what he says.
How does that strike you?
I don't know what recidivism means.
Yeah, look at that face. Still just complete shock and confusion. Like, what the hell? I mean, she doesn't even know who the hell.
Do you know what recidivism means?
Yeah, like you're going back to jail. Like the people being sent back to jail. Yeah.
Right. The ones that are getting put back in.
Yeah, after already being there once. Yeah, over and over. Right. They keep going back.
31% chance that you're going to go back if you've already been there.
Is that high, low, about right?
I don't know how it strikes me overall.
You know how it strikes me? It strikes me as terrible.
Yeah, it's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what you were going to say.
That's what I was
going to
say.
I have no response.
Because I don't know what that means.
And then he's like, well, I would say this. Oh, yes, I would. Yes, totally. I mean, she has no clue. She has literally no clue. She's just going off of his cues this entire time. And Lindsey Graham's like, oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so wonderful. It's like we're watching a freaking Disney Channel movie or like, not Disney Channel movie, a freaking Disney Plus movie. Or movie series or TV series where you've got like freaking Loki talking to a female Loki from the alternate universe or whatever the hell, and like all the time they just stand around and Loki just looks at the female Loki. You're so wonderful. Oh, you're so wonderful because you're a woman, a strong woman. I mean, that's literally what he's doing right now. It's like, oh, you're such a wonderful, strong woman, and then he's literally giving her every cue to say everything that's coming out of her mouth. Like she has no clue. She has literally no clue what the hell's going on.
So I have a quick question if Jimmy YouTube is still with us. Smash or pass, left or right?
Oh, God.
Of the 229 detainees released from Gitmo, 729 released, 229 have gone back to the fight.
Or should you kiss, marry, kill the three on the screen?
Here's some of the notables.
Oh.
Former Gitmo detainee Sakir was named the interim.
Okay.
Don't answer that.
I don't know exactly what.
Hey, it's a fun game.
But
I mean, we know who we're going to kill first, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Allegedly,
Allegedly, right?
Of the 5 men we released from Gitmo as part of prisoner swap for Sergeant Bergdale, here's where they're at. Mohammed Fazal was appointed Deputy Minister of Defense.
Not Bergdale.
Was appointed Acting Minister of Borders and Travel Affairs. Waziki was appointed as Acting Intelligence Director. Kerr, again, Acting Minister of Information, Culture, Defense. Omar was appointed as new governor of the southeastern province of Khost. These were 5 people that we had in our control that are now helping the Taliban run the country. Would you say that our system in terms of releasing people needs to be re-looked at?
Senator, what I'd say is that that's not a job for the courts in this way.
Still, look at her face. She's like, why? What is he asking me? This does nothing to do with me. Yes, it does. It all has something to do with you because that's what they're all making it about. Every single one of them. They're making it about SCOTUS is the top of the line.
That
As an American, does that bother you?
well, obviously, Senator, any repeated criminal behavior or repeated attacks, acts of war, bother me as an American.
Well, it bothers me. While I will not hold it against you, nor should I, the fact that you represent Gitmo detainees, I think it's time to look at this system anew, folks.
She represents Gitmo detainees. Is that what you just said?
That you represent Gitmo detainees, I think it's time to look at this system anew, folks. When 31% of the people are going back to fight to kill Americans and now are running the Taliban government, we have gone wrong somewhere. Are we still at war?
So the AUMF, the authorization for military force, is still in effect. Congress has authorized the use of force against people in this way.
But do you personally believe that Al-Qaeda, ISIS-type groups are still at war with us?
I think, yes. I mean, I think
So we're still in a state of war with certain elements of radical Islam to this very day?
I believe that's documented, yes.
Okay.
She looks so confused.
Oh, yes, completely confused.
Now, what's the process to determine whether one's an enemy combatant under our law?
Well, I believe that the executive branch makes an assessment of whether or not someone is taking up arms against the United States somewhere in the world related to all of this.
Okay.
Oh my God! If you that is so holistic in general. What an ignorant statement that is. I could come up with something better than that. Just willy nilly.
Someone is taking up arms against the United States somewhere in the world related to all of this.
I mean, what the hell? Like related to all of this? What?
Related to all of what?
Exactly. Like, I mean, again, you're supposed
That
to be a
should be
lawyer.
the next question. All
You're
of what?
supposed to be a judge.
What do you?
You're exactly right when you say that, Koolfrogg. It's like, exactly. She has to be specific when she's talking. This should tell you this woman has no clue what the hell's in her own head. Like, she has no damn clue what the hell's going on. She has no clue.
It's an executive branch function to determine whether or not this person qualifies as an enemy.
And cases will be brought up at times, and she's going to have to know.
Right, exactly. And like he just
of course,
said,
he's trying to do his own thing, but you know.
Let's go back 10 seconds. Let's listen to what he just said here again.
Related to all of this.
Okay, so it's an executive branch function to determine whether or not this person qualifies as enemy combatant.
Well, I believe that they make it
under current law.
Under current law, I believe that determination is made by the executive branch, and the person is detained, and then the question becomes whether they are able to bring some sort of legal challenge to that
They have a
determination.
habeas right.
Yes.
Okay. So
I mean, he's literally finishing her sentence. He knows more about this law than she ever has known in her entire life. She has no clue what any terminology is, what any definition is, and yet Lindsey Graham here loves her so much, will finish her sandwiches for her, and then put her on the Supreme Court like it's Frozen. Okay, like this is where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
She is. I mean, like, look at her eyes.
If you're going to finish
she's
what
just
I want to
looking off
say,
into the
then
distance,
anything
like,
that I come up with, it's going to be what I say. Because, dang well, that's what it's going to come down to. Is just, well, you got to agree with me now.
But like, I mean, she keeps saying, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. Well, I believe it's this. Well, I believe it's this. Oh, so you don't know. Is that what you're saying? You don't
She's
know for
no
certain at
crap.
all. So you're just going to say, I kind of believe that maybe this is kind of the way that it goes. I mean, like, you can tell her face. That's what she's saying in her head, right? It's like, I think that's the way it goes. So she says, I believe that's the way it goes. That way nobody can say that, well, she didn't say that it was one way or the other. She wasn't positive or negative. She was just like, I kind of think, I kind of believe. So I'm just going to throw that out there. You're an ignoramus. You don't know what the hell's going on. You shouldn't even be in your current position, okay? Like, I wouldn't put you as dog catcher at this point. You don't know anything. You know nothing. Dog catchers know more about the law, about what to deal with dog catching than you ever would know. Like, you have no damn clue. And yet later on in this, they will describe how her and Ted Cruz were I believe, in the same class at Harvard. Okay, like, there's Ted Cruz, a brilliant legal mind, if I do say so myself, and then there's this dumbass. Like, how the hell did that come out of the same school?
Some sort of legal challenge.
But again, that all
to
just depends
that
upon the
They haven't
individual, and it
timed
depends
this
upon
right.
Yes.
what they decide to do. Because
So the
I don't
law
really think,
is that
a lot of these schools really do anything but teach SJW bullshit. And I think Ted Cruz put the pedal to the metal and made things happen for himself, not necessarily because he went to Harvard. But anyways, I mean, again, just to reinforce again, like, she's just a dumbass. She has no clue. She's completely clueless. I mean, we keep saying this, right? Like, she just keeps looking off just into empty space because her mind is just full of empty space. She's like, I don't know. I don't know. I believe. I believe. And yet, here we go. Throw her on the Supreme Court because she's a black, strong woman of color. Not of size, but just of color. Anyway, sorry.
No, you're fine. I was just checking to make sure everything. Oh.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
There is apparently they didn't like his YouTube didn't like one of Jimmy YouTube's comments, and he says "FUG this guy." So I mean, yeah, he doesn't. I'm assuming he took off after you seen that we stopped at Lindsey Graham. He's like, screw Lindsey Graham, I'm done.
Oh, it's FUG. So YouTube sees
Yeah,
it as
it's-
FAG. That's what they see it as, and you can't have any of those words. I can't type in that Koolfrogg is the gay frog.
Why did it just? And now it just allowed it through.
Oh, because it went to me. It said a message for review. Allow it. Not I said show.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm
That's
a
right.
moderator.
You are a moderator.
I'm
Okay.
fancy like that.
To that.
Because you make me that
Right.
fancy.
Yes.
Okay, so the law is that the executive branch determines if you're an enemy combatant, and under our law, you can appeal that decision to a federal court through habeas. Is that
Jimmy's still with us.
I believe that's correct.
I mean, listen to this. He's literally describing the law to her, and he's like, "Is that how the law works? Right. She's like, "I believe so. Yes."
I believe.
So Jimmy,
I
my
believe.
question was Kiss, Marry, Kill. Oh.
I mean, she might as well be in Sunday school. I believe. Praise ye the Lord. Like, I mean, like, what the hell is this?
in an amicus brief?
The three women.
I'm trying to think. I had
Her
two
and the
amicus
other
You're
two.
trying to
briefs
think.
that I
You can't
worked
think.
on, or three technically.
You've made that
but
very clear.
Two different cases.
Well, we'll have another visit tomorrow. So
Yes.
Go back and check.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that in your brief, you argued that the executive branch should not have the ability to hold an enemy combatant indefinitely. You need to try them through some process or release them.
Yes, Senator. As you were talking, my clients, the Cato Institute, the Rutherford Institute, and the Constitution Project, made that argument and asked me to draft their brief.
Yes. Well, do you agree with that argument?
Senator, my responsibility was to make my clients' arguments, and as a nominee to the Supreme Court, that's the kind of issue. The Supreme Court did not address that issue. They, in fact, the case. So
I believe.
Organize an effort to get 20 judges to file a brief with the Supreme Court on this issue?
Not on that issue, no, Senator.
On another issue?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Did you actively go out and recruit 20 judges to help you file a brief on another issue regarding lower war detention.
Holy crap! You what? Really?
Not technically.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean
Is I would do it.
is that I was at Morrison and Forster, which was my law firm, in the Supreme Court and Appellate Group. One of the partners at Morrison and Forster was a former federal judge who wanted to make this argument and who said, I have former federal judges who are friends of mine who would like to join with me to make this argument. So I worked with her, the partner at my firm who was a former federal judge, to make.
So it was her idea to get former judges to write this,
Yes.
not yours?
Yes.
And you just helped in the implementation of that idea?
So, Senator, as a member of the Supreme Court and Appellate Group in a law firm, that is the practice.
Right. Now I'm asking.
Amicus practice, yes.
It wasn't your idea, it was somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. So now, there are people still held at Gitmo today. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, she does.
What system
Wow,
is
one
in
definite
place
statement.
regarding
Damn.
their future?
Don't think too hard, sweetie cakes. You will
I am
explode.
not aware.
You'll bust a gasket.
You know,
Just take a chill
so-
pill now. We need to take a break. Go get a coffee. Just chill out for a little bit. You used your brain. You haven't used it in probably I don't know, God knows when. Let's just chill.
So Jimmy says you got to figure she knows the incoming questions ahead of time. Well, she does spend personal time with each one of the senators in between and before even the opening statement or whatever, so that way they get to know who she is because they have to select her. So most likely, some of them said, "Well, these are the kind of the questions that I'm going to go over," and some of them probably said, "No, never mind."
Yeah, I think some of them, like Lindsey Graham here, these are surprise questions. She's completely taken off, oh, what the hell? I mean, he's still finishing her sandwiches for her and still, going to put her up there. Be like, oh, yes, she's the greatest thing ever. Because he's a complete rhino hack, establishment hack, globalist hack. But I do agree with that statement. They're a lot of these questions are kind of settled behind the scenes because this is all for stage on camera. Because like you just said, right? They're in the back room and they're like, yeah, I'm going to probably ask you this. I'm probably going to ask you this, you okay with this? You okay with that kind of question or whatever? And I mean, some of that it's even admitted, when you listen to some of these things with Kavanaugh and then Amy Coney Barrett and then now this, if you listen to that,
So
some of that's
there's
even
another
admitted.
great screen capture right there. I got her answer of "I'm not aware."
Yes, I'm not aware. I'm not
Just
aware. I'm not aware of
perfect
anything.
Screen capture.
It's perfect.
What is this? And we are 1 hour 52 minutes and 39 seconds in right now. You come to this screen, take a good clip of that right there. I am not aware. It's awesome. Oh.
Of the system right now, I'm not sure exactly what you mean.
Let me tell you what it is.
Yes.
There's a periodic review process made up of an interagency.
Yes, let me tell you what it is.
Where they go through the files of these folks and they determine whether or not they still present a threat to the United States or the world at large. And I think it's 6 months, maybe a year. But that goes on at least on an annual basis. And if there's a determination that this person still represents a threat to the United States, they're continued to be confined. That's the way the system works. Are you okay with that?
As a policy matter, Senator, I'm not speaking to my views. That's my understanding is that the periodic review system is an executive branch determination of whether or not they're going to continue to hold people that they
Because that
Correct
makes sense
statement.
to you as a way to deal with these detainees.
Senator, I'm not in a position to speak to the policy or
You said it,
discretion
not
of
me.
the executive branch regarding how they're going to handle detainees.
The reason I mention it is because in one of the briefs, you argued that the executive branch doesn't have that option. That if you had your way, the executive branch cannot do periodic reviews about the danger the detainee presents to the United States. They would have to make a decision of trying them or releasing them. Is that not accurate?
Respectfully, Senator, it was not my argument. I was filing an amicus brief on behalf of clients, including the Rutherford Institute, the Cato Institute, and the Constitution Project, who...
When you sign on to a brief, does it not become your argument?
It does not, Senator. If you are an attorney and you are representing a client in amicus...
Is that your position when you were in private practice? I mean, you sign on to this brief making this argument, but you say it's not your position. I mean, why would you do that if it's not your position? Why would you take a client that has a position like that? This is voluntary. Nobody's making you do this.
Oh, Senator, I would refer you to the same sorts of statements that Chief Justice Roberts made when he came before the committee, which is that lawyers represent clients.
I get that. I'm not holding the client's views against you. The people you represent at Gitmo, they deserve representation. But this is a amicus brief where you and other people try to persuade the court to change policy. The policy I described is a periodic review. If the court had taken the position argued in the brief that you signed upon, we'd have to release these people or try them, and some of them, the evidence we can't disclose because it's classified. You're putting in America in an untenable position. This is not the way you fight a war. If you tried to do this in World War II, they'd run you out of town. We hold enemy combatants as long as they're a threat. There's no magic passage of time that you got to let them go. So my question is very simple. Do you support the idea, did you support then the idea that indefinite detention of an enemy combatant is unlawful?
And this is dangerous talk right here, in my opinion.
Respectfully, Senator, when you are an attorney and you have clients who come to you, whether they pay or not, you represent their positions before the court.
I'm sure everybody at Gitmo wants out. No, I got that. This is an amicus brief, and I just don't understand what you're saying, quite frankly. I'm not holding it against you because you represented a legal position I disagree with. I mean, that happens all the time. I'm just trying to understand what made you join this cause. And you say somebody hired you, but did you feel okay in adopting that cause? I mean, when you signed on to the brief, were you not advocating that position to the court?
Senator, as a judge now, in order to determine the lawfulness or unlawfulness of any particular issue, I need to receive briefs and information making positions on all sides. And
No, I got what a judge is all about. Listen, I'm not asking you to decide the case in front of me right here. I'm asking me to explain a position you took.
I'm asking me?
Yeah, I mean, this is just showmanship for him because he's trying to make it look like he's being tough on her. And she knows that he's not really wanting to be tough on her. Because, you know, as Jimmy said, like,
he
there's
seriously
private
just says,
conversation
I'm
behind
asking
the
me.
scenes. It's not a little behind the scenes.
And that's what he's been doing all the whole time, is asking himself these questions. Because by the time she gets confused or stuck, he goes and finishes the question or the answer or the sandwich. Is this line of questions because the guy they gave back to the 9/11 guys?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, the people that were involved in that, the Islamic terrorists, as they are, they were given back in a trade for a I believe he was a runaway for the military. What do you call them? Shoot,
Yeah,
a
whatever.
deserter.
Either way, he was released, and he's now like whatever. They're brought up in rank because they're people that are like that praise these kind of people that got in trouble for doing something that they like. So they're like, yeah, you made it back. You're a general. Give him good titles. This lady has something to do with all this.
I didn't know he attained a title.
All sides.
No, I got what a judge is all about. Listen, I'm not asking you to decide the case in front of me right here. I'm asking me to explain a position you took as a lawyer regarding the law of war, and I am beyond confused. I know what you said in your brief. Whether I agree with it or not, it's not the point. I just want you to understand that it's important for all of us to know where you were coming from. If that brief had been accepted by the court, it would be impossible for us to fight this war. Because there's some people going to die in jail in Gitmo and never go to trial for a lot of good reasons. Because the evidence.
Yes, because Lindsey Graham loves himself some war and just continuing war all the time. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this kind of talk. He's trying to appeal to more conservative base who's like, oh, yes, radical Islamic terrorism. We all need to be in the Middle East, getting after all these people and everything else. And I'm not saying we should even release these people per se. I'm just saying that's what he's trying to get at and appeal to. And then just continue on with his war type talk. Because again, here we have, Russia, Ukraine, right? Like we're at war. We're constantly at war. There's constantly a threat. Come on, people, get on the ball here. There's constantly a threat. Let's go. Let's get moving. Quit this stupid stuff with like, let's not be militaristic all the time.
2 hours, boys. 2 hours. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So again, another perfect screen capture. It'd be impossible for us to fight this war. Look at that. Look at his face.
Oh, my God.
I'm telling you, I'm on the ball tonight.
You are on the ball tonight.
We never go to trial for a lot of good reasons, because the evidence against them is so sensitive we can't disclose it to the public. That we're not charging them with a crime. Doing is saying that you engaged in hostile activities against the United States, that you are an enemy combatant under our law, and you will never be released as long as you're a danger until the war is over or you're no longer a danger. That's the difference between fighting a crime and a war.
But you've already stated this war will never be over.
You ever accuse
I mean, that's the whole point of him saying this.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
There will never be an end to it. That's why you have to hold them indefinitely. That's what he's saying. Now, I'm not advocating for her or her position that she took as regards to her, thing that the people that she represented, or anything like that. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying, this is his position on what he's trying to say right here. He's trying to put an agenda through with this, and I guarantee you he did not brief her with this, because this is an appeal to the more conservative-based people who are still worried about all the radical Islamic terrorist people from 9/11 and all the rest of it. And oh my God, we need to, get these people down in the Middle East, because this is all like Fox News neocon type talking points and whatever, and that's who he's trying to appeal to. And then on top of that, again, reinstating to you, re-appealing to you the idea of, hey, we're still at war. This is past 20 years, but we're still at war. Remember, right? Oh yes, there's still people out there, so that we're still at war then, right? It's like, well, yeah, one or two people that want to do something bad to the United States doesn't mean that we're in total war. But like, oh yes, that's what he says. That's what they all like. We're still at war. Remember, war. That's what this is all about. This is getting you, reintroduced to this a little bit. This is one of the ways they do it, right? War. Like, we're still at war here, still at war. And then now, of course, he's advocating for Russia, Ukraine. Look at his pen, right? Like this is the messaging, right? Let's go to war. Let's go to war, because it's the same stuff. Like Putin's going to do terroristic things and all the rest, right? On and on. Again, they use terrorism, they use this, they use that. We got to go to war. We got to declare martial law. We got to do this thing. We got to hold people indefinitely. All this type of talk.
Well, okay, so I'm gonna explain to him why the message is being held for review. And I know you have mod rights. But it's not necessary, because the two of us that are here that need to see it can see it. So it says, this land was your land, but now it's my land. I'm very happy that you're in pain, We want your oil under the white sand. We're sending men to put some in your, I mean, you can kind of, the reason I'm not going to say it is because of what it is. I technically can't say it. And,
Oh
I
my
don't,
God.
because it's considered hate. So I'm not going to say it just to.
It is very
But it's
satiristic.
very, very well written, and other people should, come in here and enjoy it. Okay, let's move on.
Did you ever accuse in one of your habeas petitions the government of acting as war criminals for holding the detainees? That the holding of the detainees by our government, that we were acting as war criminals?
Senator, I don't remember that accusation, but I will say that.
Do you believe that's true? That America was acting as war criminals in holding these detainees?
Senator, the Supreme Court held that
it's from
the
a bass
executive
song.
branch has the authority to detain people who are designated as enemy combatants
I have to look that
for
up.
the duration of the hostilities.
I bet it's a good song.
And what I was doing in the context of the habeas petitions at this very early stage in the process was making allegations to preserve issues on behalf of my clients. A habeas petition is like a complaint that lawyers make allegations.
You know, I've been a lawyer too, but I don't think it's necessary to call the government a war criminal in pursuing charges against a terrorist. I just think that's too far. I don't know why he chose those words. That's just too far. But we are where we are. So let's talk about the nomination
She can't recall
process.
a great number of things.
Have you ever had any
Like how many
interaction
children
with a
she's
group
touched and been
called-
around. Allegedly. Of course.
No,
Directly or indirectly?
no.
The man.
Nomination process. Have you ever had any interaction with a group called Demand Justice?
Demand justice.
Demand justice.
Oh, demand justice.
Yes.
Okay.
YouTube thinks that he's
Like,
black or
what?
something. And he's like, demand justice. He's from the hood. Like, that's not
have
what
you
he's
ever had
saying.
interaction with a group called
YouTube.
American Prospect?
No.
Do you know anything about Arbella? Is that the right term? Have you ever heard of a group called Arbella?
I've heard of a group that I think is Arabella or something like
I think
that.
you're right. Not
Yes.
Arabella. Yeah. Do you know anything about them? Have you had any contact with them?
No.
Okay.
Do you think he did that on purpose? Is it because if I ask her straight out, she's just going to say no. Oh, I've heard of something that's similar, like Arabella. Oh yeah, that one.
In your nomination, did you notice that people from the left were pretty much cheering you on?
A lot of people were cheering me on, Senator.
Including you, Lindsay.
That's true. Did you know that a lot of people from the left were trying to destroy Michelle Childs? Did you notice that?
Senator, a lot of people were supporting various people for this nomination.
And I really don't support you. I don't think you should be part of this. I don't seriously. You were not selected the first time for a reason, and I believe you should not be selected yet one more time for the same hellacious reasons.
See, it's the same group, right?
So
like,
you're
it was
saying you
her,
didn't
then
know
Merrick
there was-
Garland. None of them two got in the first time, so they come in the second time. Merrick Garland didn't make it, so, and he was the one that everybody knew about, really. Because he was the one that was ultimately nominated. And then,
right,
of course,
because he was a little bit more highly, right. There was a little bit more to it that they went through, other what they didn't do with her.
Right. So everybody knew
Right.
him and not her, not as much her name. So okay, so we'll throw him up the first time this time, and then we'll wait and then throw her up the next time. With another position here, and like for the Supreme Court, because he didn't make it with the Supreme Court, so we'll put him for another position. We'll throw her up for the Supreme Court now. See, it's all their people, it's all their lackeys, and they just got to throw them in whenever they can to get them into the positions they want.
It's a concerted effort to disqualify Judge Childs from South Carolina because she was union busting, unreliable Republican in disguise.
Senator, I'm a sitting judge. I was focused on my cases.
The answer is no, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what it was. You were focused on your own stuff. Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't know that.
Would it bother you if that happened?
Senator, it is troublesome that people are or were doing things related to
I think
the
that's
nomination.
the best way to say it. People have a right to speak out and pick the person of their choice, but all I can say is that if you miss the fact that there was an organized effort, well, here's President Biden has only a certain amount of political capital for keeping his party united. If he needlessly angers progressives on this SCOTUS pick, that could create all sorts of problems for him down the line. Jeff Hauser, revolving door projects. Let's see.
2 hours
I just got
later.
so many quotes. It's difficult to imagine some.
He's almost done. He's super close to being done. He's done here within the next 4 minutes. Or the next person comes up in 4 minutes. There's some I marked it at 2 minutes or 2 hours 5 minutes.
Someone with a record like Judge Childs winning votes from criminal justice advocates
Something happens.
like Senator Cory Booker, even Dick Durbin. Childs' experience is nothing like the diverse experience that the Biden administration has championed. Let's see. Picking her, Childs, would demoralize the base, side with corporate America. The fact that Lindsey Graham is vouching for her should give the White House pause. Our revolution, Joseph Gervangi, or whatever his name is, I'm sorry about that, Joseph. He's Bernie Sanders' PAC director. You didn't know that all these people were declaring war on Judge Childs?
That's a declaring war? Really?
Senator, I did not.
Okay. Well,
Oh, she seems so concerned.
no, I'm not. You said you didn't know. I'll take it at your word. But I am saying that what is your judicial philosophy?
So I have a methodology that I use in my cases in order to ensure that I am ruling impartially and that...
So your judicial philosophy...
She has no judicial philosophy.
Is to rule impartially.
No, my judicial philosophy is to rule impartially and to rule consistent with the limitations on my authority as a judge. And so my methodology
That's not a perspective. That's not a philosophy. I mean, again, over and over and over, it's just word salad bullshit. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She doesn't know what the hell any of it is. She's just there to be a liberal, lefty, globalist hack. Okay, yes, Klaus Schwab. No, Klaus Schwab. Okay, yes, sir. No, sir. And just do whatever the hell they say. Yes, George Soros. No, George Soros. Ruling
Jimmy
with
likes that
impartiality.
one.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. We're very impartial to those maps, right? Very impartial. We did a very good job by making sure they got the single lowest amount possible whenever possible, right? And then hiring maps as well to our staff and to other people that are around, because that's what we like to do. Because we're not a map. Maybe our hubby here isn't a map that's sitting behind her or whatever, but yeah, allegedly, right? But we rule with impartiality, of course. Yes.
philosophy is to rule impartially and to rule consistent with the limitations on my authority as a judge. And so my methodology actually helps me to do that in every case.
So you wouldn't say that you're an activist judge?
I would not say that.
Okay. So we'll have a
Like hell
20
you
minutes
are.
more later on, but here's what I would say. That every group that wants to pack the court, that believes this court is a bunch of right-wing nuts that are going to destroy America, that consider the Constitution trash, all wanted you picked. And this is all I can say, is the fact that so many of these left-wing radical groups that would destroy the law as we know it declared war on Michelle Childs and supported you is problematic for me. Thank you.
Good to know, Lindsey Graham, that it's problematic for you.
But he's still going to vote for her anyway. If he doesn't, I'll be shocked.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Let me mention.
Oh, of course, she wouldn't say that. Yeah, yes, Jimmy. Of course she would. Of course.
Okay, so they go into a little tirade here where Dick actually says something to him.
Oh, dirty Dick.
You know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Let me mention a few points here. Congressman Jim Clyburn was a strong supporter of Michelle Childs, and now I believe he's publicly supporting your nomination. And Michelle Childs has been nominated by President Biden to be a circuit judge, and she will be considered by this committee as quickly as possible. On the issue of Guantanamo, there are currently 39 Guantanamo detainees remaining. The annual budget for Guantanamo is $540 million per year, which means each of these detainees is being held at the expense of $12 or $13 million per year. If they would be incarcerated at Florence, Colorado, the Supermax prison, federal prison, the amount would be dramatically less. Since 9/11, nearly 1,000 convicted in the United States on terrorism charges. Since 2009, the beginning of the Obama administration, the recidivism rate of Guantanamo detainees released.
I think you understand why your second comment was not allowed. Why YouTube disallows your comment, Jimmy. I'm sorry. But yes, always keep your stuff clean.
Is 5%.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, according to the Department
Well.
of National Intelligence, it's
Yes.
1%. Somebody is wrong here. If you're going to talk about what I said, I'm going to respond
Well,
to what you said. If
I
you
mean-
close Gitmo and move them to Colorado, do you support indefinite detention?
He's a giant one of those. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to keep all of that clean, if you know what I'm saying.
So you notice how he gets another second to ask another question quick. And I marked it at 2 minutes, 5 seconds. Something happens here within the next 10.
If we close Gitmo and move them to Colorado, do you support indefinite detention under the law of war for these detainees?
I would just say,
If we close Gitmo and move them to Colorado, do you support indefinite
giving the facts, and
The answer is no.
I want to make sure that it's clear.
detention under the
31%
law
you
of
referred to
war?
goes back to the year 2009? 2000.
What does it matter when it goes back to? We had them and they got loose and they started killing people.
Well, I could just say that.
If you're one of the people
suggest-
killed in 2005, does it matter to you when we release them?
Suggest that a president of your own party released him in.
If you're the one that gets killed in 2005, does it matter when we release them?
I'm suggesting the
Creating that
system has
danger.
failed miserably.
President of your
One of the people
suggest-
killed in 2005, does it matter to you when we release them?
Suggest that a president of your own party released him in.
I'm suggesting the
Creating that
system has
danger.
failed miserably, and advocates to change this system, like she was advocating, would destroy our ability to
I mean,
protect
again,
this country.
just like the passing statement of like, well, I would say that your president of your political party did that because like that's not what he's even saying. I mean, I don't like any of these two people. This is just back and forth bullshitting from both of them, trying to appeal to both of their bases because oh my God, we have to. But I mean, still, again, it's just dirty Dick Durbin. Like even Lindsey Graham doesn't just go off and just like make these little sly remarks like this to try to snake is reptilian, like like a snake, just like throw things in there, 'cause like I gotta gotta throw a jab at you or whatever. Of course, I mean Lindsey Graham again. It's not that he's supremely moral, but at the same time, it just goes to show like they call him Dirty Dick for a reason. Okay, I call him Dirty Dick Durbin for a reason because like he'll make up shit, he'll lie, he'll just like sit there and just just jab people like this for no reason. He's the in front of everybody just like this, just kind of like well, I would say it's yours, whatever. Like I mean, that's his character. He's an ass. He's a complete asshole, and he's not afraid to show it every moment of every day. Anyways, that's him.
Exactly.
Our ability to protect this country.
I mean, at least the rest of these people can kind of keep it under wraps. Like he just is just an asshole all the time.
Was advocating would to protect this country. We're at war. We're not fighting a crime. This is not some passage of time event. As long as they're dangerous, I hope they all die in jail if they're going to go back and kill Americans. It won't bother me one bit if 39 of them die in prison. That's a better outcome than letting them go. And if it costs $500 million to keep them in jail, keep them in jail because they're going to go back to the fight. Look at the friggin' Afghan government. It's made up of former detainees at Gitmo. This whole thing by the left about this war ain't working.
Let me also note that Larry Thompson, who served as Deputy Attorney General under President George W. Bush, Oren Kerr, Special Counsel, V.F. Dehn, who served as Assistant Attorney General for Legal Policy in the George W. Bush administration, John Bellinger, and former D.C. Circuit Judge, Solicitor General, and Independent Counsel Ken Starr were also prominent conservative lawyers signing a letter defending attorneys who represented Guantanamo Bay detainees. I don't believe that we should associate that activity as being inconsistent with our constitutional values. We are going to at this point recognize Senator Feinstein and then take a...
We're not listening to Senator Feinstein.
Yes, Senator Frankenstein. We won't.
I'm not dealing with that. So then, after hers, Cronin.
The Chinese spy senator.
And then White House.
Of course, a lot of them have that, but she's one in particular for over 20 years who had one as her driver, and that she just kept him there after she knew he was a spy. It's like, we'll just keep him around. Anyway.
So everybody kind of knows what. Okay, so
we are at almost 2.5 hours. So Koolfrogg, how much longer do you wish to proceed with this?
Are you getting? Well, I wanted to do at least cruise and Holly.
Well, how long is that into the future?
Oh, we can jump right straight to him. I was just trying to go through who's next. So then it was White House, Lee, Klobuchar before we hit Cruz. So then that was at 5.
I mean, you do what you feel would be good for whatever you wanted to cover. But I'm just letting you know, like it is
34. Oh, I'm fine. Are you? I mean, if you're okay.
I mean, I'm pretty well okay.
Okay. Did you need to stretch?
Oh yeah. Well, actually, yeah, I did need to. I wanted to grab a water. I normally have.
We can do that. We can do that. Let's do a.
Now that you mentioned it, I think I do need a little bit of that because I forgot to do that.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. We'll be around. We're just kind of
This is like when you watch in the movie theater a really long movie, or like one of the old movies or whatever, where they have that intermission. If you watch a stage show, this is the intermission.
And really, I should actually come up with. I mean, if we knew that we were only going to be like 59 seconds, I could click on one of these fun little shows
like
that
put
they
up a
actually
little
have
ditty
for
or
me.
like a little meme thing or whatever.
Right. If I knew that there was going to be a particular time, because these things end after so long, I believe.
Oh, hey, you could pull up my
There's
Rumble
some
video
generic,
at the beginning,
and
just kind of like go through a couple of like the.
Stops us. I'm sorry. Cuts out both of our mics when you do that.
What was that?
And yeah, they're all 30 seconds. There's little video clips that you can actually play.
Actually, don't pull up that video. It's not very YouTube friendly. Not at all.
It was one of whatever I clicked on. It was one of that's already
I mean, mine.
in
Don't
the studio.
don't take my advice. That's
No, I'm just saying. I clicked on it because it was already in the studio or whatever. So, I mean.
Oh, that's
either
what
way.
that was? That was like a break thing that's already inside of the Restream studio?
Yep, it's already in there. It wasn't something I put in there.
Oh, okay.
It was just a 30-second countdown thing. But I didn't
even see it.
I couldn't really see what it really was.
Yeah, it kind of
Right,
bugged
exactly.
out. Okay, speaking
Either
of
way.
which, I got a bug for just a second. I
We'll be right
am going to
back.
grab myself a thing of water here really quickly.
Right.
Actually,
We'll be right
you know
back.
what? I could switch devices and we could like keep this up a little bit. Are you going to do something really quick?
No, that's what I said. We'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom
Okay,
myself.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, we'll be right back.
Hit your mic. So, yeah. I'm back. I don't know where Shirts is. We'll wait for him. But it looks like there's a couple comments that come through here. Again, bud. I'm thinking it might just be the last word. I don't think they like that word. Yes, I'm glad. Maybe it's that one too. I like the quote, "Dirty Dick." Um, yeah, it's 3:30, and that's why I said. That's why I asked him. I said, "Are you okay?" Because if he wasn't, then I'd totally would jump somewhere else, do something else. Maybe just do one of the two. I mean, there was a couple spots that I wanted to hit on, so hopefully he's.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
You know what we should play for an intermission if we have to do that again? We should play Steven Crowder's newest cover song, Treat Z Right.
Okay. Is it? Would I get copyrighted every time?
No, it's it's like a complete, they redo everything. It's like it's their own.
Oh, okay. Nice. You have to throw that in general for me or whatever, and I'll see what I can do. So, now that we're here, so there are a couple things that I actually wanted to hit on. So let's do this. Maybe we should go at 1.25. Should we speed that up a little bit?
Nah, just keep it normal, I would say.
Keep it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep it.
I know you were very close to him, and he actually submitted a letter on your behalf.
Oh, okay.
Judge clerked for Senator Cruz. Judge
She's
Levitt
almost
is
done
now
here.
retired, and I know you were very close to him. And he actually submitted a letter on your behalf, Judge Jackson, and said in this letter, and he's an appointee of George H.W. Bush,
Like one more
similar
minute.
to Judge Griffith, who introduced you yesterday, and I've been very impressed by the support you've had from
Yes, everybody that George
retired
H.W.
judges,
Bush
not appropriate for
and
current
George
judges,
W.
but
Bush put
retired
up,
judges
they're all
appointed by both
great people,
Democratic
right?
and Republican presidents, as well as the
They're all
bipartisan
wonderful.
votes that you have gotten
Exactly.
through the U.S. Senate for your other positions. But in this letter, the former Judge Ludwig, says that you are eminently qualified to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. And then he actually says Republicans and Democrats alike should give their studied advice and then their consent to the president's nomination. And he adds Republicans in particular should vote to confirm Judge Jackson. So I thought that might be a good segue, Senator Cruz, to your question. So I asked.
Yeah, look at that smile. Oh, thanks.
Chairman, that the letter of support
I just feel so much better. Eminently, whoa.
who employed Senator Cruz as a
Eminently dumb ass is what I smell.
a trusted law clerk be admitted to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Judge Jackson.
Thank you.
Yes, because some rando appointed by George W. Bush or George H.W. Bush said that, hey, Republicans should put her in too. So, yes, totally put her in. Like, that's supposed to convince Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and all these other people who actually have a freaking brain in their skull.
So I really, really seriously wish they would turn up Dick's microphone. He seriously does not talk loud enough into that microphone for people to actually hear what he has to say. So
because that's how you get slimy snake. Is you sit there.
He always has something to do and say to Klobuchar. I swear to God, there's something between these two.
Senator Klobuchar finds a Minnesota connection to almost everything. Very proud of the fact, but Justice Blackmun was born in Nashville, Illinois.
Is eating salad with a comb a Minnesota thing too, by the way? Is that Is that a thing? Is that a thing you do when you're angry? Like Joe Biden shits himself when he's angry, and then I guess she eats salad with a comb. Like I don't know. The things people do when they're angry, it's very weird. I guess maybe that's a Delaware thing. You shit yourself when you're pissed at somebody and make them clean it up. Is that allegedly, of course?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Was a lawyer at the Mayo Clinic, as we know, and spent a lot of time.
I'm going to lose this battle.
A lawyer in Minnesota when he was chosen to the Supreme Court. But thank you for pointing that out.
And now to the great state of Texas, Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You and I have known each other a long time.
We have.
We went to law school together. We were on the law review together. We were a year apart.
Happily so, I hope, Senator.
We were not particularly close, but we were always friendly and cordial.
We were.
And you and I had a very positive and productive meeting in my office where we discussed a number of things, including you were there with former Senator Doug Jones. And we discussed how he and I and a number of other senators had, for 2 different years, been reading aloud on the Senate floor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail, which is one of the truly great advocacies for civil rights our nation has seen. And you and I talked together about our shared admiration for Dr. King. When Senator Grassley
That she
questioned
doesn't
you
share
earlier,
any
he asked
of.
in particular about Dr. King's speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, where he said most critically, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Do you agree with what Dr. King said in that speech there?
I do, Senator.
As we were discussing it, you referenced in my office a speech that you gave in January of 2020 at the University of Michigan School of Law. And after our discussion, I pulled a copy of your speech and read the speech in its entirety. And there were elements of the speech that I thought were really powerful.
Yeah, Jimmy. Yeah. She'd hate Dr. King.
Your opening remarks yesterday were powerful.
She's like, but you don't hate America.
You and your family, the journey
You don't want to see everything burnt down and destroyed. What is wrong with you?
Court of Appeals judge, I think, demonstrates the incredible promise and the incredible opportunity.
Don't you understand critical race theory?
As I read your speech at the University of Michigan Law School, however, there was a portion that surprised me. And in particular in that speech, you referenced the work of, quote, acclaimed investigative journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones and her, and again, this is a quote from the speech, provocative thesis that America was born in, provocative thesis that the America that was born in 1776 was not the perfect union that it purported to be. And indeed, Ms. Hannah-Jones, in her 1619 projects, describes the central thesis of the 1619 project, which the New York Times laid out as a revisionist look of history, revising American history. And Ms. Hannah-Jones described her central thesis as, quote, one of the primary reasons
I still find it laughable that everybody still uses the New York Times as some sort of reference.
was because they
Like
wanted
it's
to protect the institution of slavery.
like everybody reads that, right? We all know, even they did, right? It's like, yeah, no.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly what it is. Sorry, I'm snacking. That's why I have my microphone off.
Ooh, snacks. What do you have to snack?
I'm doing the probably most disgusting snack ever, but it just gave me something. And they're Oreos. I know. You don't need to tell me again. I get it.
It's not YouTube friendly.
Oreos?
No,
Oreos
what I
aren't
said
it?
about the Oreos.
Oh, that's why we were dancing around it. But
Was because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery. Now, that claim is a highly contested historic claim. Do you agree with Ms. Hannah-Jones?
Highly
that
contested.
One of the primary
How about
reasons the
highly
colonists
factually
decided
false?
to declare independence is because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Senator. When I gave that speech,
Jeremy read my mind again. Oh yeah, that's right. I told him about this stuff too. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna go back a
The
little bit.
reasons the colonists decided to declare independence is because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery.
thank you, Senator. When I gave that speech at the University of Michigan, I was asked to speak on Martin Luther King Day. And every year they have a Martin Luther King Day speaker.
Martin Luther King would have
And I gave a
supported critical
speech
race theory.
about
Yay!
Black women in the civil rights movement.
I don't think he would have.
Most of the speech, if not all of the speech, was focused on African American women, their contributions
Don't you know
to the
satire?
civil
Wait,
rights
hear it.
movement, unsung contributions in many cases, and then some of the more recent African American women who have made claims, who have done things in our society. One slide was
Made claims and done things in our society.
is a journalist, as you.
Those are words of a scholar.
Yes, yes, those are the words of a scholar, if I have ever heard them.
Say who made that statement, and I called it provocative. It is not something that I've studied. It doesn't come up in my work. I was mentioning it because it was, at least at that time, something that was talked about and well known to the students that I was speaking to at the law school.
So are you aware that since the 1619 Project came out, that it has been roundly refuted by very respected historians, including Gordon Wood of Brown University, including James McPherson of Princeton University. McPherson called it a, quote, very unbalanced, one-sided account which lacks content and perspective. And indeed, it was so thoroughly refuted that the New York Times
completely
quietly
factually
altered
false.
the digital version to remove reference.
But you know.
Yeah, over and over again. No matter
but
how
again,
many times you read
he's
it.
just trying to make the argument and appeal to, these people, like, oh, you read the New York Times, right? Like, oh, and here's Princeton University, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's a good lawyer. He's building this up and making a point. Getting you to come along to his side and like, oh yeah, okay, yeah,
The
yeah.
New York Times quietly altered
Even
the
if you're a
digital
lefty, right?
version to remove references to 1619 as the year of America's true founding and the moment America began. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
So let me ask you, related to the 1619 Project, which I believe is deeply inaccurate and misleading. 1619 Project is closely intertwined with a movement that is called critical race theory. Critical race theory, as you know, originated at your and my alma mater at the Harvard Law School. In your understanding, what does critical race theory mean? What is it?
Senator, my understanding is that critical race theory is it is an academic theory that is about the ways in which race interacts with various institutions. It doesn't come up in my work as a judge. It's never something that I've studied or relied on, and it wouldn't be something that I would rely on if I was on the Supreme Court.
So critical race theory, as you know, has its origins in the critical legal studies movement, which also came from Harvard Law School, from a number of critical legal studies professors, crits as they were known when we were in law school, who are explicitly Marxists. And they find their origins in Marxism, although critical legal studies frames society as a fundamental battle between socioeconomic classes. Critical race theory frames all of society as a fundamental and intractable battle between the races. It views every conflict as a racial conflict.
The best way to
Do you
divide.
think that's an accurate way of viewing society in the world we live in?
Senator, I don't think so, but I've never studied critical race theory and I've never used it. It doesn't come up in the work that I do as a judge.
So with respect, I find that a curious statement because you gave a speech in April of 2015 at the University of Chicago in which you described the job you do as a judge. And you said sentencing is just plain interesting because it melds together myriad types of law, criminal law, and of course constitutional law, critical race theory. So you described in a speech to a law school what you were doing as critical race theory. And so
Really? You don't say.
Yeah.
Right there, your own quote.
I've never done it before. I've never used it. It doesn't come up in my
I'm
times as
never going
law,
to
as a
use it in
judge.
my job, but you know.
Oh wait, no, you did actually. Oh shit.
So I guess I would ask, what did you mean?
So this
by
is
that
what
you
makes
did
Ted
it?
Cruz good as a senator. In
I
these
know.
positions.
I like that.
I mean, he's not perfect by any stretch, but like, by God, my God, I mean, like, if anybody else was in there, like, holy hell, would things be a whole lot different.
We all kind of understand where we're coming up really close here on midterms for election, right? Being that we're coming up so close on midterm elections or whatever, and things are gonna it's gonna be really really strange and weird to see what actually does happen. If for whatever reason 2024 wasn't for the person that most likely will be there, I would almost think that this guy would try really hard to actually get there. That's just my thought. I think we might see this guy in the future.
Yeah, possibly.
Critical race theory.
Not that I would necessarily vote for him, because I would have to actually listen to his stories and what he's going to actually try doing for us.
I mean, I initially supported him even over Trump because, well, I didn't really understand, Trump's position at the time.
Right.
I didn't hear enough of Trump at the time when he was first running in 2015. Well, I did kind of, and then it kind of faded away, and I certainly more supported him. And then after a while, with Trump and all that, I was kind of like, I don't know, is he a more progressive type Republican? Is he not? Like, I didn't really, because I didn't hear enough of him at the time. But of course, as things came around to where it was between him and Hillary and all that, and as time progressed, it was like, okay, yeah, like we're going to go with Trump, basically. But but if he was to run this, like if Ted Cruz was to go the next time around, not this time, but the next time around,
not 2024, but yeah, 2028.
Knowing what I know now about him and all the rest of the different things that I know now, I don't know if I would support him for that. I mean, if he was the only one on the ballot versus a libtard or like a lefty freak, I mean, okay, yeah, but I mean,
Could you have imagined what 2016 would have been like if it would have been Cruz versus Hillary?
It wouldn't have been near as fun, I'll tell you that.
No, not at all.
So you described speech to law school you were doing as critical race. And so I guess I would ask, what did you mean by that when you gave that speech?
With respect, Senator, the quote that you are mentioning there was about sentencing policy. It was not about sentencing. I was talking about the policy determinations of bodies like the Sentencing Commission when they look at a laundry list of various academic subjects as they consider what the policies should be.
Okay, but you were vice chair of the Sentencing Commission, so let me ask again, what did you mean by, because that was an official responsibility of yours, what did you mean by what you were doing was critical race?
What I meant was that there are a number of, that slide does not show the entire laundry list of different academic disciplines that I said relate to sentencing policy, but none of that relates to what I do as a judge.
So let me ask you a different question. Is critical race theory taught in schools? Is it taught kindergarten through 12th?
Senator, I don't
No, I don't think so. I believe it's an academic theory that's at the law school level.
Okay. As you may recall, during the confirmation hearings of Justice Amy Coney Barrett, there was a great deal of attention paid to the fact that Justice Barrett served as a board member on the Board of Trustees of a religious private school, and the press focused very intensely on the views of that school. In your questionnaire to this committee, you disclosed that you are similarly on a board, specifically the Board of Trustees for the Georgetown Day School, and that you've been a board member since 2019 and you're currently still a board member. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In regard to the Georgetown Day School, you've publicly said, quote, "Since becoming a member of the GDS community 7 years ago, Patrick and I have witnessed the transformative power of a rigorous progressive education that is dedicated to fostering critical thinking, interdependence, and social justice." When you refer to social justice and the school's mission on social justice, what did you mean by that?
I'm not an activist. I'm not an activist, remember? I don't hold any philosophy at all. Oh, wait. Oh, shit.
You should just take a clip right here and just slap a big huge BLM across that.
Allowing me to address this issue. Georgetown Day School has a special history I think is important to understand. When you
they're zooming right farce.
My
See, she's a dumbass when it comes to like anything decent and legal or anything sound in law or anything like that. But when it comes to her lefty activism and bullshit, oh, she knows all about that. She's all for that, but she'll cover that, of course.
Black students were not allowed in the public schools to go to school with white students. Georgetown Day School.
She doesn't know anything of intelligence, but by God, if it comes to activism, we'll do whatever lefties tell us, right?
White families, Jewish families, got together with 3 black families and said that despite the fact that the law requires us to separate, despite the fact that the law is set up to make sure that black children are not treated the same as everyone else, we are going to form a private school so that our children can go to school together. The idea of equality, justice, is at the core of the Georgetown Day School mission, and it's a private school such that every parent who joins the community does so willingly with an understanding that they are joining a community that is designed to make sure that every child is valued. Every child is treated as having inherent worth, and none are discriminated against because of race.
So, Judge Jackson, all of us will agree that no one should be discriminated against because of race.
Except you,
just
Judge.
Testified a minute ago that you didn't know if critical race theory was taught in K through 12. I will confess, I find that statement a little hard to reconcile with the public record, because if you look at the Georgetown Day School's curriculum, it is filled and overflowing with critical race theory. That among the books that are either assigned.
Again, she's just like Kamala Harris when it comes to left-wing activism and, how to rise up the ranks and do whatever the hell you want, take money from George Soros. Like, we can do all of that. We can put on a good face and put on a good show and do all that kind of stuff, and really get in with the lefties and left-wing activism and destroy the country. But but anything even remotely legal or sound or anything like that, she's just like empty space in her head. Like she has no damn clue what the hell's going on. But this stuff, she's like, oh yeah, I'm all for it.
They include critical race theory and introduction.
That book alone is. Well,
Have you read that book?
No. Oh, me? Like, no. I mean, but again,
I'm just curious.
it's literally the title of the book is literally Critical Race Theory and Introduction, as it's in a school. It's school curriculum. But she says, I don't know about critical race theory. I've never used it. I don't do it. I don't recall it being inside of the school's curriculum, even though I sit on like what is it, like the board of the school or whatever the hell it is, the school top head of the school. Like, oh yeah, like I don't know about that. I don't know about this. It's like then he pulls out a book, literally said, "Oh, critical race theory and introduction for the kids at the school." Like, wow. Oh my God.
The end of policing and an advocacy for abolishing police.
An advocacy for abolishing the police.
That's not left wing and crazy and wacko at all. That way we can federalize
They
all the
include
police.
How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi.
Oh yeah, that's
They
the book's been
include
making
literally
around.
stacks and stacks of books, and I'll tell you two of the ones that were most stunning. They include a book called Anti-Racist Baby.
Oh, that one's making the rounds. Ibram Kendi, that son of a bitch.
He's a piece of crap. That's for sure.
Shite, I believe is what they refer to him. No, I'm just kidding.
But these books that he's going to pick up right here, and he's going to show, they're very, they're really something. And these are children's books.
Yes, children.
This is what they're trying to teach children. You know what my 2.5-year-old's doing? Running around singing the alphabet because he thinks it's fun. He's not sitting there trying to worry about what he is.
And there are portions of this book that I find really quite remarkable. One portion of the book says babies are taught to be racist.
Dude's got some money for some poster boards, man.
And by the way, look at this drawing. It's atrocious. My God.
This
if I would have saw that when I was a child, I'd be mortified.
Like I'd be one of those books that you'd like, start ripping up the second that you open it because you're like, bring a crayon to.
That I find.
Of course, that might be a part of child-based trauma, mind control there a little bit there.
Says babies are taught to be racist or anti-racist. There is no neutrality. Another portion of the book, they recommend to babies confess when being racist. Now, this is a book that is taught at Georgetown Day School.
Notice how fat all of the children are, like obese all of the kids. Like, we're all on Bill Gates' soybean oil. Yay!
You see the little. This is nothing disrupts racism more than when we confess the racist ideas that we sometimes express. Because, little babies trying to become toddlers is racist. Disgusting. Why doesn't he call her out for lying if he's so based? Well, let's listen to what he has to say.
Through second grade, so 4 through 7 years old. Do you agree with this book that is being taught with kids that babies are racist?
Senator,
That's a big, long pause of yes, that she's going to try converting it into something else.
Yes.
Let's go back and listen to the whole pause.
That's what that pause is. Yes, you're exactly correct.
Let's go back again 5 more seconds. Let's listen to the whole pause.
Taught with kids that babies are racist?
Senator,
Look at the capture. The capture. The babies are racist.
Buffering.
Yeah.
Yes, buffering. Buffering.
I do not believe that
Buffering.
any child
Jimmy says buffering. Sorry.
should
Didn't say that.
be made to feel
In chat.
as though they are racist or though they are not valued or though they are less than, that they are victims, that they are oppressors. I don't believe in any of that. But what I will say is that when you asked me whether or not this was taught in schools, critical race theory, my understanding is that critical race theory as an academic theory is taught in law schools, and to the extent that you were asking the question, I understood you to be addressing public schools. Georgetown Day School, just like the religious school that Justice Barrett was on the board of, is a private school.
Okay, so you agree?
That's so hysterical. Oh, so now I'm just going to redefine everything in your past argument. Yes, let's just change the freaking goalpost because you got caught with shit in your hand. I mean, look at this. Like, right there.
Literal shit.
Literal. I mean, look right there behind him is the literal picture. See, this is what makes it so good. It's like, well, gee, I just can't compute this. Like, what are you saying? Like, he just puts it up. It's like, do you believe that babies are racist? It's like you literally.
It's a private school. We can talk what we want about it in a private school.
And then I thought you were referring to a public school. No.
Critical race theory is taught at Georgetown Day School.
I don't know because the board is not, the board does not control the curriculum. The board does not focus on that. That's not what we do as board members. So I'm actually not sure.
Well, and I'll note that the board is chaired by Professor Fairfax, your college roommate who introduced you yesterday. So the two of you serve on the board together. Another book that is on the summer reading for 3rd through 5th grade is a book called
Stamped for Kids. Again, Ibram X. Kendi. This time he's with Jason Reynolds.
For Kids, again by Ibram Kendi. I read the entirety of the book, and I will say it is an astonishing book. On page 33 is the question, can we send white people back to Europe?
Do you know some of those white people are actually bought over here the same way that the supposed black ones were?
It's on 33. That's what's being given to 8 and 9 years old.
As servants.
It also, on page 115, says the idea that we should pretend not to see racism is connected to the idea that we should pretend not to see color. It's called color blindness. Skipping ahead, here's what's wrong with this. It's ridiculous. Skin color is something we all absolutely see. Skipping ahead, so to pretend not to see color is pretty convenient if you don't actually want to stamp out racism in the first place. Now, what this book argues for is the exact opposite of what Dr. King spoke about on the floor of the Lincoln Memorial. And are you comfortable with these ideas being taught to children as young as 4 in respect to the first book, as young as 8 and 9 in respect to the second book?
Are you ready for her reply? Because it's probably going to blow us away like all the other replies did.
Senator, I have not reviewed any of those books, any of those ideas. They don't come up in my work as a judge, which I'm respectfully here to address. In my work as a judge, which is evidenced from my near decade on the bench.
Okay, good. Then let's go back to your work as a judge. As was noted in the first slide, you discussed.
See how smoothly he goes through this?
Critical race theory.
Mm-hmm.
And earlier there's been some back and forth as Democratic senators have tried to address your sentencing patterns as it concerns child pornography. And I'll confess, Judge Jackson, as I listened to your testimony, I believe you are someone who is compassionate. I believe you care for children, obviously your children and other children. But I also see a record of activism and advocacy as it concerns sexual predators.
So Jimmy YouTube says BS. She says she uses it in her ruling.
Oh yeah, from the previous thing, whenever she was giving that
Right,
like
from
law
that
speech or
previous
legal
slide.
speech type of thing, right? Yeah, obviously she has this ideology when she is doing things in the law because she did ascribe that to it. And then she even went further and said, "Oh yes, I thought that you were talking about in law schools where this is taught because this is taught in law schools." And then there's a quote from her literally talking about it as it pertains to legal and law things. Then he went into her specifically as outside of the law even that she holds that kind of belief. And then it's like, "Oh, well, why don't we go back to the law?" Like, "Okay, let's go back to the law now with this." Right? It's like there's no escape, right? Like it's like Darth Vader. There's no escape. Like this woman, there is no escape from Ted Cruz at this point. Like he's got her like every angle like cut off. It's pretty good, but yeah, totally. She did say that. She did say that. Basically, yeah, because she uses that. Oh, but she has no political philosophy of any kind. She has no legal philosophy of any kind.
Stems
Oh
back
wait.
decades, and that is
Oh, hasn't like went back and like caught her up there?
Yeah, he wants him just to snap.
But I also see a record.
He's very calculated. He's trying to get her to hang herself without
Right.
incriminating
He's
himself.
working on her. He's doing what he can because now you have to think about this. So right after him, then she gets kind of let go, and she's actually dealing with Miss Rono for a little bit, which obviously they're going to get along. Because they're just as smart as each other. And then something happens right after that. So I mean, within the next like 20 minutes of us watching this it's something big happens. It's amazing.
Sexual predators that stems back decades and that is concerning.
We won't watch all of Miss Rono. It's just
you wrote your
what happens after she's done with her.
On sex crimes. Your note is your major academic work on the Law Review, and yours is entitled "Prevention versus Punishment Towards a Principled Distinction in the Restraint of Released Sex Offenders." And in it, you argue,
and again,
and
just
quote,
to keep in mind here,
a recent spate of legislation
if you pause this for just a second,
regulate released sex
you might have to rewind it to get the whole.
No, it's fine. Local law enforcement officials.
But like, just to keep in mind here, right? So like she says, "Oh, I don't use critical race theory at all or anything," and then oh wait, yeah, you do. And so it's like, here's this thing with like the the pedo bullshit, the maps, right?
Right.
And it's like, oh, but that was just a couple of things. Remember the beginning, right? It's like, and she's like, oh yeah, like I feel for this, I feel for that, whatever. Well, yeah, it's the same thing, right? It's the same type of deal with critical race theory, same type of deal with the pedo bullshit, Oh, I don't have any political philosophy. Oh, I don't hold any advocacy. Oh, I don't really represent this, or I don't really do. Oh shit! Like that's what's going to happen.
Okay, so let's go back a few seconds.
Jimmy asks the question here. He says,
you argue, and I quote.
He says, "Why can't he just say, well, ma'am, you just lied about A, B, and C, so you can't be you can't be a SCOTUS judge." Well, because he's trying to use a strategy here to appeal to other people on the other side of the aisle that are watching this on TV.
Well, or anybody else for that matter. He needs to appeal to the other people that are out there, all the other senators, because it's up to the senators to actually vote on this.
Right. So he's trying to
she's actually allowed
he's trying to be very calculated and strategic. Again, this is what makes him like such a good lawyer. I would actually support him more in the Senate or on the Supreme Court than I actually would for president.
Sadly, it's not what we want. It's what he wants. Because I'm totally with you. I just want him to snap on him or whatever.
I mean, that would be nice as well. But like he's taking this kind of strategy of this direction of trying to appeal to people in their ignorance of like, oh really? She did what? What? Wait, what? And like try to get them to think for themselves and make her hang herself in the court of public opinion. And that's kind of what he's trying to do here. Again, this is a bit of showmanship. Again, obviously the board there, the camera looking on the board's angled, right? Like this is a little bit of showmanship. This is to try to get other people who are watching this to call their senator and be like, what the hell? She's a pedo supporter? What? What the hell? I mean, that's what it's supposed to do. Even a libtard or some lefty might actually get a little appalled by like, wait. She's a pedo supporter? What? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why he's going into this and trying to develop this sort of thing of like, hey, she says this one thing and then, oh, wait, no, she says another. Oh, look, here she's doing this. Oh, wait, she says another, right? Like, this is very calculated what he's doing. this is how you make a legal argument in front of a judge. This is how you present someone if you're trying to like present someone criminally, or like, oh hey, well wait, but I found this evidence on you, but I found this. Well, this is very strange. And he's trying to appeal to a jury who is watching this right now, or maybe even like you said, like other senators who might be even listening to this and be like, oh geez, like, oh shit, like maybe I shouldn't go this far. That kind of deal. It's a different strategy. I would like for someone in this room, maybe not him particularly, but I would like for someone to just come out and just say what he's doing, right? Like what Jimmy said, right? Like, oh, you're just a liar. Like that would be good to have both of that, to have one person try to appeal to that. Because, and that's the thing too, with things like this, with politics, with legal type stuff and whatever, you got to have like that Trump type of person who just says what everybody's thinking, like Jimmy's talking about. But then you also have to have somebody who's calculated, who can address things like he's doing, where it's like, you got to appeal to other people, and you got to appeal to this and that. You got to have a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? That would be really good. I think Josh Hawley kind of does that to a certain degree. He
does some stuff.
I mean, he really calls balls and strikes, like he's talking about there, to a certain degree, a little more than Ted Cruz is doing here with trying to let her hang herself, and not really hammering her on the head, but kind of hammering her on the head, but not exactly saying that he's doing it, right? Like, again, it's all about strategy, and it's all about trying to appeal to other people. And I do agree with Jimmy. Well, right. Why not do both? Well, I don't know. That's his strategy. That's what he feels as though is best for him. Again,
there's some stuff that comes down the line. I don't know if you guys actually watched anything that happened after, Miss Hirona or whatever, but there's a big, huge 20-minute little thing that actually happens where because Holly gets done doing his thing, Dick gets into it with him. After Dick gets into it with Blumenthal, there's an interesting tidbit that comes up in the next half hour or whatever of this actual what's going on, and it's like, oh my god, they like lay into her, and Dick tries to actually stop them from doing what they're doing. They're like, no, this is what they need to know.
Yeah. But to answer Jimmy's question, why not do both? This is the way that he has always done things. He's the lawyer.
This is Ted Cruz.
This is Ted Cruz. This is how he does this. This is his strategy. This is what he's a pro at.
And that's why he's as liked as he is.
And it's effective.
He can do some stupid shit.
It's like really effective.
Take off to Cancun in the middle of a snowstorm, and people forget about stuff.
It lets the normies in Fox News and who read the New York Post look at this and go, oh shit. Because it gives this almost neutral standpoint of like, well, I'm just asking questions. But then he lets her hang herself with all this evidence against her, right? It's like, you see, it's like this soft hammering, but it's still really effective. And you need both. But see, this is his strategy that he does. It'd be nice to have Trump on the other side of the room be like, you're wrong, you're fired, like, like that kind of, like, that'd be nice, right? But like, I mean, you do need both you do need both of them, and this is Ted Cruz. This is what he is a pro at. This is what he does, and this is why he's doing this in this strategy, because that's just his strategy. That's how he does it. Like I said, it'd be nice to have someone else in the room, but I think Josh Hawley does a fairly good job of that to a certain degree. Just call her out.
Does.
But
he does a great job.
To have both of that in there is an effective strategy to make sure you hit everybody in the target audience.
He's still got a few minutes to go before he gets into it with Dick.
Distinction in the restraint of released sex offenders. And in it,
and there's still more of this tomorrow, right?
A recent spate of legislation.
Oh yeah, there's another day.
So he may end up at the end of this. He might just say, "I'm sorry, I think you're lying." Maybe he'll just come out and say it like that after presenting and presenting and presenting and letting her hang herself. Ultimately, after you've let her hang herself in front of the court of public
and really,
opinion,
when you think about it, you heard at the very end of Lindsey Graham's thing, he said no. So they're really, this guy's. I really don't think Ted Cruz is going to say yes to any of that. There's no freaking way. This is all better ending her not getting the seat, or all these strategies are for
Well, yes, that's
nothing.
the goal. Yes,
No, yeah,
that's
exactly. That's the
that's the
goal.
hope.
But
Right.
let's hope that these guys are
And I
actually
agree with Jimmy,
batting
right? Like,
100.
right, like I agree with Jimmy, right? Like if everybody acted like Ted Cruz here and just let everybody did that, I don't think that
Yeah.
would be very effective, because you do need someone in the room that just does call balls and strikes. But to have someone like him who sort of acts like he's taking this neutral perspective and like, well, let's just take a look at this. Let's look over here at this. Oh, look, you said this. Well, gee, what is it about this? This is what he's a pro at. This is his strategy. This is what he does. And to have that in the room is super effective to try to help get some of the normies over, some of the, maybe not necessarily even a lefty per se, because they're already bought into it, but like a normie type of person, maybe like a, more of a rhino type of hack type of believer Republican that's sitting out there believing everything that the rhinos say, and like, oh well, gee, and then actually calls up their senator like Lindsey Graham and it's like, you son of a bitch, you better not let her on the Supreme Court, and by God, I'm gonna like, I mean, like that's what this is for, is to get all the normie types and all the people who would be listening to really start to think for themselves and see, oh shit, she is a liar, right? Because again, these are the type of people, the normies, who are like, oh, well, they can't be too rude, well, they can't be too obnoxious. Like, it's political strategy as well, right? Like you need a little bit of both, right? You need a little bit of, like you need a little bit of both to appeal to one side or another, right? And this is
Right.
what we're trying to appeal to, is the court of public opinion and these senators. And obviously this is political, this is all political, and so he's trying to use this to do that. But yes, it is you do need someone in the room that just calls the balls and strikes as they see it. But at this point in time, there are so many normies that to get her to not be nominated, and with all of these lefties that are the Democrats that claim to be centrists, in order to hold on to their centrist position, they better not vote her in. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the goal here with this type of questioning. But you do need the Josh Hawley types who are just going to just call it out as they see it, or else it is going to look like it's fake, like Jimmy's saying. Like, yeah, well, like, why can't you just go on?
I don't know. I don't know how many of would actually be watching.
Well, true, right? Jimmy's right. Like you got to imagine there's not a lot of actual lefty people that are actually concerning themselves with this. Yeah, you're right. It's a bunch of normies who sit around and watch Fox News.
Well, I mean, there's not, but yet there are, because there's people that were actually rooting for her and berating the other one. So I mean, it's just the way it is,
right?
So there's always going to be somebody that's going to have be paying attention to this from all sides, because I'm assuming that I bet we could probably go and pick up somebody from the left and find somebody that does some YouTubing or whatever that would actually be covering and talking opposite of what we're talking about.
True. Vosh probably.
Okay, let's hit play on this guy.
Yes.
Notify community members of their
Sorry.
presence, undergo DNA testing, and submit to civil commitment for an indefinite term. Although many courts and commentators herald these laws as valid regulatory measures, others reject them as punitive enactments that violate the rights of individuals who have already been sanctioned for their crimes. Under existing doctrine, the constitutionality of sex offender statutes depends upon their characterization as essentially preventative rather than punitive. And what you go on to explain is, if they're viewed as punitive, they are unconstitutional. If they're viewed as preventative, they are not. And throughout the course of your note, you argue they should be viewed as punitive and therefore.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Unconstitutionally.
This is very much lawyer speak, right? Like everything that he's been doing.
Very much.
This is lawyer speak, right? Like this is all to deal with, again, appealing to the jury, which is the court of public opinion. So this is the lawyer type strategy. This isn't necessarily call balls and strikes type strategy. This is the lawyer type strategy. This is why when he does this, this is effective in the push that he's trying to do. To the audience that he's trying to appeal to, if that makes sense. So like, if you think of it like, again, he is a lawyer. He went to Harvard. He's a lawyer. He studied law. He studied constitutional law, all of that. Like that is what he does. He's argued in front of the Supreme Court. This is his wheelhouse of lawyer type talk to try to, lawyer type talk to try to get you, the jury, the people who are watching this, to look at this and go, oh, really? oh wow, well that's crazy. Is she innocent or is she guilty of this, right? Like, to get you to like question and think for yourself without actually calling her out on it, because the normies don't like that. The normies want the other, and so you have to appeal to that, and that's why this is applied, and that's why he's the one who's doing it, because he's that's what he does. This is him. This is the Ted Cruz lawyer
This
type.
is Ted
So,
Cruz. Absolutely.
anyways, I just thought
Indeed,
the
in
lawyer
second to
speak
last
type thought.
page, you go through each of those 4 categories.
Because it seemed
You say
kind of, like,
requirement-
well, gee, why can't he just call it out? Why can't he? Because he's trying to use, like, I'm the lawyer here. Let me explain. Let me throw this out there. Let you think for yourself and let her hang herself, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you say it like that, he does seem like he's trying to serve up these gotchas to the jury.
Right.
Yeah,
That's exactly what this is. Because
Exactly.
because he doesn't want to seem like he's attacking her outright, but at the same time, yeah, he kind of is. You see what I'm saying?
Here's this and this and this and this and all these little things that you say you don't do that are actually there. And I let's finish him.
that sex offenders
It's like, gee, we did find your fingerprints at the scene of the crime, but you say you weren't there.
Depending upon whether, quote, in which sex offenders have no privacy right and registration
speaking of crime,
information of blood samples.
Yeah.
So you suggest that may or may not be constitutional, although you raise doubts about it. And then you raise very significant doubts about community notification, and you heavily suggest that civil commitment for sexual predators is unconstitutional. Do you still agree with the sentiments you expressed in your law school note?
Respectfully, Senator, those are not the sentiments. My law school note was about sex offenders. New. As you know from our time in law school,
Koolfrogg?
one of the things that law school students do
it cut
is
out
they look
twice.
for new developments in the law.
No,
and
that
they
was
try to
me.
analyze
It's
them.
fine.
That's something that makes
No, like
for
the
good
entire volume cut
fodder
out twice.
for a law school note.
I know it did.
My note,
It was me.
which came out in 1996, was shortly after
I was
there were
getting a
new
weird hum.
Megan's
I wouldn't
laws.
change some.
And the point that I was making was not that the laws were bad. That
Completely?
The laws were
You
wrong.
come back.
I was trying to assess something
Jimmy?
that is.
Yeah, it is back,
sort
but
of
it just cut out
fundamental in
twice,
terms of
like the entire sentence.
I know. It was me. I changed the
I
setting.
didn't say that they were unconstitutional one way or the other. What I was trying to assess was how they are characterized. Some
Yeah, so we're
courts
not
would look
arguing
at
how they're
those
assessed,
laws
but
and
how they're
call them
characterized.
preventative, and that has a certain
Right.
set of consequences. Some courts would call them punitive, and that has a certain set of consequences. And what I was trying to do is figure out how to make the determination whether they were punitive or preventative.
Well,
Yes, Jimmy is saying, yeah, like maybe we should rewind it just a little bit there.
That critical moment. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go back and listen to what she had to say again. My bad.
Laws, which at the time were relatively new, as
I'll
you
rewind it a
know
little more.
from our time in law school.
Because again, those
Do
few words
you
there,
still agree with the sentiments you expressed in your law school note?
it's full context.
Respectfully, Senator, those are not the sentiments that I expressed in my law school note. My law school note was about
Pause,
sex
think.
offender registration.
Oh, I'm saying she's pausing the thing. Sorry.
Oh, her pause to think.
Yes, her pause.
Okay, I got you.
I was just like,
I'm
quick.
What?
That I expressed in my law school note. My law school note was about sex offender registration laws, which at the time were relatively new. As you know from our time in law school, one of the things that law school students do is they look for new developments in the law and they try to analyze them. That's something that makes for good fodder for a law school note. My note, which came out in 1996, was shortly after there were new Megan's laws. And the point that I was making was not that the laws were bad, that the laws were wrong. I was trying to assess something that is
Yeah, she kind of does have a
in terms of the
weird.
characterization of the laws. I didn't say that they were unconstitutional one way or the other. What I was trying to assess
There is anger there. You
was
can
how
tell. Yes.
they are characterized. Some courts would look at those laws
That's
and call
definitely
them
apparent, yeah.
preventative, and that has
Jimmy's
a
right.
certain.
I mean,
He says she has a temper.
She's a successful judge for the last 10 years, and she doesn't like anybody, that has anything to say
Right.
over her. I mean, that's my thought.
Yeah, Jimmy's comment is she has a temper that shines through all of her masking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was agreeing with. Yeah.
I just wanted to read the covenant.
No, yeah. I was gonna
how they are
bring it up.
Oh.
Some courts would look at those laws and call
look,
them
there it
preventative,
is.
and that has a certain set of consequences. Some courts would call them punitive, and that has a certain set of consequences. And what I was trying to do
No
was figure
shit!
out how to make the determination whether they were punitive or preventative.
Well, your note argued that they were punitive. And I would note that view, there have been some on the bench that have advocated that. The Supreme Court in 1997 decided a case called Kansas versus Hendricks, in which it upheld Kansas's civil commitment statute. That was a 5-4 vote. This has been a question that has been close at the Supreme Court. And I would note beyond that in terms of the prevalence of these statutes, all 50 states and D.C. have registry requirements. 47 states have community notification requirements. All 50 states have DNA or blood banks for sex offenders requirements. And 20 of the states, the federal government in D.C., have laws that allow for the indefinite detention of sex offenders. I would note in the state of Texas, a state court of appeals, relying on very much the same sort of reasoning you advocated in your note, struck down Texas's sexually violent predator civil commitment law. At the time I was the Solicitor General of Texas, I personally argued that appeal in the Texas Supreme Court. And the Texas Supreme Court unanimously reversed the Court of Appeals and upheld our statute. And if the views you advocated in law school prevail, civil commitment laws across the country would be struck down, releasing sexual predators. And under the argument, community notification and DNA bank laws could well be struck down as well. Is that an outcome that should concern people?
Senator, my note wasn't advocating for the striking down of those laws. My note was trying to identify criteria that I thought could be applied consistently to determine whether the laws were punitive or preventative.
But with respect
Either
to Jackson, you argued that they were punitive, and you further say in the note, if they're punitive, they're unconstitutional.
I was looking at 4 different kinds of laws, and not all of them, did I say, were punitive.
Okay, so let's take civil commitments laws. If you look at civil commitment laws right now, the UCLA School of Law, Williams Institute, estimates more than 6,300 sex offenders are currently detained in civil commitment programs. If the view you advocated prevailed, presumably those 6,300 sex offenders would be released to the public. Is that an outcome that should be concerning?
Senator, in law school, when I was writing a note, I was looking at a brand new set of laws that had not previously been enacted in any jurisdiction. They were new. And I was assessing at the time, as law school students do, what criteria I thought might be used by courts to make a determination in the future as to whether or not they should be treated as punitive and therefore not unconstitutional, but as therefore ones that carry with them certain rights versus preventative.
Judge Jackson, so you've
repeat
in law school, and listen, I will recognize that all of us, when we are students, may have views that as time and maturity passes on, we may change. But what troubles me is this was not just a law school view, it's one that has continued. So when you were vice chairman of the Sentencing Commission, you expressed significant concerns that the White House has argued that your quotes were taken out of context. So I want to provide the full context of your quotes, because
This is rich.
yes, I want to ask you about the means by which we can distinguish more or less serious offenders. I know that all of you have sort of touched on that. Mr. Petrell, you talked about going from singular to one-on-one to group experience. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of inevitable and natural progression from one stage to the other, such that you could say that the least serious offenders are in the singular experience stage. And I guess my thought is, in looking at some of the testimony that other people will have later in the day, I was surprised at some of the testimony with respect to the motivation of offenders, and we're talking about child pornography offenders, and that there are people who get involved with this kind of activity who may not be pedophiles and who may not be necessarily interested really in the child pornography, but have other motivations with respect to the use of technology and being in the group. And here are lots of reasons perhaps why people might engage in this. And so I'm wondering,
I mean, it's just appalling.
It's disgusting. If this lady gets this seat, I mean, it's not good for anybody. And let's just hope that nobody else vacates a seat in the next few years.
Or gets taken out of a seat, of course, allegedly.
There could be a less serious child pornography offender who is engaging in the type of conduct in the group experience level because their motivation is the challenge or to use the technology. They're very sophisticated technologically, but they aren't necessarily that interested in the child pornography piece of it. Now I find that a pretty remarkable
or
argument.
other things.
People in possession of child pornography
Get up against the
are
wall.
not actually interested in the child porn. They're not pedophiles. They're just interested in technology. Is that? And I wanted to provide the whole quote because the White House said that portions of this were used out of context. So this is your entire quote. Do you agree with that sentiment that there is some?
Of course, Joe Biden wants her there because Joe Biden would be put in jail if they actually enforced pedo laws. Allegedly.
Pedophiles or getting satisfaction from it?
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to address what appears to be a question that I was asking in the context of a hearing on child pornography.
No shit!
You provided the entire quote, and it looks as though I was asking that of someone, not taking that position. And the position that I've taken in all of my sentencings involving
that's you describing your thought process
is to ensure
you
that
royal biatch
the attitude and view of many of the offenders who came before me when I was a trial judge that they were just
I mean, how could you even think that?
They weren't really harming anyone.
That's the whole point.
They were curating their collections and they never touched a child. I made sure that they understood that notwithstanding their collecting behavior, that they were causing significant harm.
So Judge Jackson, all right, you raise your actual sentencing, and I think that's very productive. Let's take a look at your actual sentencing.
Yes. See how smoothly this goes? One thing to another. She just keeps hanging herself.
These are the cases. There are two: U.S. versus Buttry and U.S. versus Can, for which the government did not make a recommendation.
There's Ben Sass beside him. They're thinking hard, like, how do I not say anything about this?
This gets very, very interesting because you see there's a blank spot at the very end, right? He starts actually writing in numbers as he's going and explaining what this chart actually means in depth.
By the way, there's a slight echo of me in the background. It's very slight.
Again?
It's not that noticeable, but when I do get a little louder, it does get noticeable.
It's picking up my headset. That's what it's doing.
Okay.
This microphone's super sensitive.
Just letting you know.
So, if we haven't actually covered, so Justice Breyer, who's the one that's retiring, that this lady could potentially cover or take seat from or whatever, he is the First Circuit judge. He covers Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Puerto Rico, and Rhode Island.
Yes, that's another that people don't understand about the Supreme Court, right? They have their own districts or their own
Right.
jurisdiction.
They'll have their own district. There's, you know, according to what it's showing, I mean, he covers that one.
I mean, that's one of the things that was brought up as well with the election fortifications. When Alito told Pennsylvania to stop some of the things, and they just completely ignored him and went forward with whatever. When he wanted to see stuff, I think he wanted to see stuff, or someone was appealing to him, and then he took the position. I have to look back at the exact thing of how that went, but anyway, it kind of brought up again the idea that, like, yes, they do have other things that they do outside of just simply throwing down the gavel for one thing or another that gets presented in front of them.
Right.
Like they do
to
have
actually
that.
cover certain circuits. And,
right.
And, you know, certain types of appeals that happen or whatever go to them eventually if you keep on appealing enough through
individually.
Different. Right. Exactly. So, us here in Minnesota, we get Brett Kavanaugh. You know, I mean, you can take that at how you feel.
God anymore.
But yeah, I mean, it's there's 12 seats that are circuited or whatever that, you know, certain people get to cover or whatever, and, you know, because John Roberts is Chief Justice or whatever, he covers a couple extra circuits that the others don't. Okay, let's move on. He starts writing in numbers.
You said it's a sickening and egregious crime, which I very much agree with. And you said the guidelines lead to extreme departures, okay? Let's look at what the prosecutors are asking for. And I would note that this was in the District of Columbia, where prosecutors are far more liberal than many of the prosecutors in this country.
Again, sentencing for
in every case,
child pornography.
This is in D.C. This is D.C. sentencing guidelines.
For child porn, yeah.
You had no discretion.
Right.
In United States versus Nickerson, there was a mutual agreement of the parties to 120 months, and that's what you imposed. In every other case, United States versus Chazen, the prosecutor asked for 78 to 97 months. You imposed 28 months. 28 months is a 64% reduction. In United States versus Cooper, the prosecutor asked for 72 months. You imposed 60 months. That was a 17% reduction.
He missed the box the first one.
In United States versus Downs, the prosecutor asked for 70 months. You imposed 60. That was a 14% reduction. In United States versus Hawkins, the prosecutor asked for 24 months. You imposed 3 months. That was an 88% reduction. In United States versus Savage, the prosecutor asked for 49 months. You imposed 37. That was a 24% reduction. In United States versus Stewart, the prosecutor asked for 97 months. You imposed 57. That was a 41% reduction. Every single case, 100% of them, when prosecutors came before you with child pornography cases, you sentenced the defenders to substantially below, not just the guidelines, which are way higher, but what the prosecutor asked for on average of these cases, 47.2% less. Now, you said you made sure the voice of the children was heard. Do you believe in a case like United States versus Hawkins, where the prosecutor asked for 24 months and you sentenced the offender to only 3 months? Do you believe the voice of the children is heard when 100% of the time you're sentencing those in possession of child pornography to far below what the prosecutor's asking for?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Yes, Senator, I do.
Holy hell! I mean, again, when Jimmy said, like, you know, oh yeah, her anger shines through. Yeah, exactly. Because she's pissed. She's like, yes, I do. I stand by it. And that's kind of what he wanted her to say. I mean, this is what Ted Cruz wants. This is what he wants her to do. This is what this is about. This is the literal reaction he wanted from her. The exact reaction he wanted from her was, yes, I stand by letting pedos off on 3 months of jail. And yes, the voices of the children were heard. Even though earlier I said that I take it all seriously, and I do my best to make sure that they're all punished accordingly. Oh wait, no, actually I don't. And then he points it out to her, and then she still says yes, yes. It's like it's like the freaking movie. What is it? With the lawyers in the Marines. A Few Good Men, right? He's like, "Did you order the code red? Did you order the code red? Yeah, damn right I did." That's the response he wants. That's what she did. She said, "You ordered the code red," and she said, "Yes, yes, I ordered the code red." And then everybody in the audience is watching at home is going, "Holy shit." This is the exact reason why Ted Cruz puts this line of questioning out there. So she goes off and hangs herself, and she royally hangs herself. She is dead, dangling from her own noose that she hung herself with. I mean, at this point, this is what he wanted. This is the lawyer type of talk that is so effective that he does, because this is what he does. Like I said, I don't know if I'd necessarily support him as president right now if he was to run, then even the next time around. But I definitely want him to keep as a senator, and I'd want him to even be on the Supreme Court because he's damn good at this. But yeah, that's exactly what he's going for. This is exactly what he wanted, is for her to just come out and be like, "Yes, yes, I ordered the code red." That's
yes,
that's
Senator, I do.
So yeah,
could you explain how?
I will. A couple of
Speaking of
observations.
code red,
One is that your chart does not include all of the factors that Congress has told judges to consider, including the probation officer's
it's Congress's fault. They're out on the street and you let them out, but it's Congress's fault.
Including the probation, because that's exactly what's wrong with the country right now is putting everybody that's done something. Oh, let's just put them on probation, because we don't want to put them in the decrepit jails,
or just let them out entirely.
Right.
Let them run the streets, and then we'll pay them to do it.
To consider, including the probation office's recommendations.
That's what she's doing live behind the scenes.
Cases.
Judge Jackson, we don't have those probation. The committee has not been given the probation officer's recommendation. We would welcome them. Mr. Chairman, I would love to see those. We don't have access to them.
The second thing I would say is that I take these cases very seriously as a mother, as someone who, as a judge, has to review the actual evidence in these cases.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Epstein had a kid
based
with
on
Virginia what's-her-face, too. That doesn't make it,
take into account
very
not
good.
Only sentencing guidelines, not only the recommendations of the parties, but also things like the stories of the victims. Also things like the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history and characteristics of the defendant. Congress is the body that tells sentencing judges what they're supposed to look at. And Congress has said that a judge is not playing a numbers game. The judge is looking
I was holding my finger on the keyboard
all
and
of
made
these
me.
different factors and making a determination in every case based on a number of different considerations. And in every case, I did my duty to hold the defendants accountable in light of the evidence and the information that was presented to me.
In 100% of the cases, was the evidence less than the prosecutors asked for?
Senator, the evidence in these cases are egregious. The evidence in these cases
Which is why you let them go
among
3
the
months.
worst that I have seen, and yet, as Congress directs, judges don't just calculate the guidelines and stop. Judges have to take into account the personal circumstances of the defendant, because that's a requirement of Congress. Judges have to consider things like the victims, and when I was talking about making sure that victims' circumstances are heard, it was about my sentencing practices that I
show victims being heard with respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sufficiently hung. She is dead.
On a unanimous bipartisan basis, issued a report recommending changes to sentencing for non-production child pornography, which is the subject at hand. Offenses because of widespread concern among judges and other stakeholders, for example, 70% of surveyed judges said the guideline ranges for possession and receipt offenses were too high. 71% said the mandatory minimums were too high. Notably, the report was supported by every member of the commission. I believe the question which Senator from Texas was referring to was part of the proceedings that led to that commission report, unanimous bipartisan basis commission report.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I would ask unanimous consent that the books I referenced be entered into the record.
Without objection. Senator Coons?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. Ranking.
I mean, listen to how all of these, especially Dirty Dick here, right? Like, listen to how all of these Democrats throughout this entire thing, if you've listened to the absolute entirety of the thing all day today, or just sections of it, were these Democrats, especially the Democrats. And even Lindsey Graham there doesn't even touch this kind of stuff. Ben Sass doesn't touch this kind of stuff. How much do you want to bet that there are tapes of these people with freaking child porn? How much do you want to bet that there's Jeffrey Epstein tapes on these people? How much do you want to bet this shit exists and that, oh boy, we'd love to have her on the Supreme Court? You know what I'm saying?
I do.
You know, I mean, because none of them.
As you're talking, I'm trying to get us to this next point.
Yeah, wherever you want to take us.
No, it's so then basically what happens is Dick interjects on Blumenthal and what Blumenthal had to say. We're not really going to listen to Blumenthal, but we want to catch.
He's an ass too, but not as big of an ass as Dick Durbin.
Right. We want to catch the.
Well,
end.
Dick Durbin is Dirty Dick. He's a dick.
Because the end of it turns into going straight over to Holly. Is according to how I have it written. I have Holly at 8:06.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I'd like to bring everyone up to date. We have several considerations. Remaining senators for questions. The endurance of our witness, Judge Jackson. Votes on the floor. Request for compassionate release by a number of people in the audience. Here is where we stand. We're going to have Senator Hawley followed by Senator Hirono. Then we're going to take a 20-minute break. Because that's when we think there'll be some votes on the floor. We can take care of those and get back in 20 minutes. Then we will return from that break to Senators Cotton and Booker. Then we'll take a 30-minute break or so for dinner. Then it'll be Senator Kennedy, Padilla, and Tillis. And we're going to start off tomorrow with our two Senators Ossoff and Blackburn. So we should finish in the 9 to 10 o'clock hour.
And something happens,
God willing. So
at the end of this, where they actually don't do the last group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, nice to see you again. Thank you.
Something happens where they don't do the last group or whatever in this set. I do have the footage for Marsha Blackburn, who actually does hers tonight. Something didn't work out with the grouping the way he had it listed or whatever. They walked out for the night. Because, by this time, you can see they're 8 hours and 6 minutes into it. So she's been sitting there for, what would feel for a full day already. You can see everybody else that's sitting there does not feel comfortable with themselves.
Thank you again for being here. Congratulations again on your nomination. I want to start where Senator Blumenthal left off. I want to talk with you about some of these cases I mentioned yesterday. So I know what I want to talk about. These 7 cases, child pornography cases, in which you had discretion. They came before you. You had discretion to sentence one way or another in these 7 cases. Not every case, of course, do you have discretion. Sometimes the law requires you to impose a sentence, certain sentence. But in these 7, you had discretion, and in each of these 7, you chose to depart both from the federal guidelines and also from the government's, the prosecutor's recommendations. Senator Lee's asked you a little bit about this. Senator Cruz has asked you about it. He had a chart with the 7 cases on it. Before we jump into those, I just want to correct the record on one or two things. Senator Coons suggested that in 3 cases, Nickerson, Wynn, and Fife, you actually imposed sentences either within the guidelines or at the same level of the prosecution. But in Nickerson, you didn't have any discretion. That was an 11C1C case. The law bound you. And Wynn wasn't a child porn case, and neither was Fife. Just one other quick thing to clarify. As to these comments about the probation office doesn't issue national guidelines, right? I mean, the probation office doesn't issue sentencing guidelines. They're not public. They're not recommended to all judges. The probation office provides advice to judges case by case, usually in private, usually not available to the public. Is that right, Judge?
Not exactly, Senator. The probation office in criminal cases is assigned by the court to work with respect to the evaluation of cases, in every case consistent with Congress's requirements. The probation office prepares a pre-sentence report in which they review all of the statutory factors concerning sentencing. Congress has a statute for sentencing. It requires judges to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment. There are many purposes listed in the statute, and the probation office is the arm of the court that does factual investigations in every criminal case, unless there are certain cases in which you can waive it, but the background is the probation office's assessment of the facts related to a particular sentence and a particular crime. And the probation office's report, when a court sentences, actually, in most cases, becomes the findings of fact of the court. And so the probation office appears just like the prosecution and the defense. The probation office has written a report, and they make a recommendation to the court based on their independent analysis related to the facts of a particular crime and defendant and sentence.
Understood. So they give the court counsel. Understood. However, they don't issue guidelines. They're not uniform. It is by its very nature a case-by-case inquiry, as you said. The report goes to the judge. As I understand it, the pre-sentencing report, the probation reports are not public in all of the cases that we're talking about here. I'd love to see them if they are. But it's not as if there's one set of guidelines that are federal sentencing guidelines, and then there's the probation guidelines. The probation office is giving advice to the judge. It varies case by case.
Senator,
but it's not the same.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's all right. Let me ask you about a specific case. I mean, let's talk about. I listed these 7 cases.
She's like, "Oh, please be
in
done."
Which you had discretion and you did not follow the prosecutor's recommendation or the sentencing guidelines. But let's just talk about one of them, because we've talked about some of them as a group. Let's talk about United States versus Hawkins. I think that's one you probably remember from 2013. The defendant there was Wesley Hawkins. He was 18 years old at the time. He uploaded 5 video files of child pornography from his computer to YouTube. This is how the police got onto him. He then uploaded another 36 depictions of child porn and other lewd photos of children to his iCloud account. When the police executed a search on his apartment on the premises, they found 17 videos on his laptop and 16 images of child pornography, all of them very graphic, some of them involving very young children. 17 videos in particular. This is from the government sentencing memorandum in this case, just so we understand the facts. Here are some of the videos that the government charged and they recovered.
This is where Josh Hawley plays hardball here.
A 24-minute, 6-second video depicting a 12-year-old male committing a sexual act. I'm not gonna read exactly what it was.
This gets really disturbing, to say the least.
There was a 1 minute and 57-second video depicting an 8-year-old committing a sexual act. There was an 11-minute and 47-second video depicting an 11-year-old committing a sexual act and being raped by an adult male. There was a 15-minute and 19-second video depicting two 11-year-olds committing sexual acts. There was a 7-minute and 51-second video depicting a 12-year-old committing a sexual act. So, as the government said in this case, and I'm quoting now from the transcript of the sentencing hearing, 17 videos is a lot. And some of the videos, including the ones that are described in the statement of the offense, and I've just related some of them, are very lengthy and include numerous images, numerous views, sometimes collages, sometimes multiple victims. You see the act in progress. The government goes on to describe some of these as sadomasochistic images. So this is a tough case. This is one of those tough cases you were referencing earlier. You talked about it this morning. You said these cases are terrible. This is one of them. This is terrible stuff. This is not a good guy who's doing this stuff. Guidelines recommendation in the case was 97 to 121 months. So if I'm doing my math right, that's up to 10 years. And in this case, the guidelines recommendation was essentially written by Congress, because in the PROTECT Act of 2003, Congress specified what they wanted the range to be in these kind of cases. And Congress also specified what they wanted the mandatory minimums to be. I know you remember the PROTECT Act because you've talked about it. You've given lectures on it. And it was enacted, as I said, in 2003. It was 84-0 was the vote here in the Senate. The reason the PROTECT Act was put into place is the Senate was concerned over lenient sentences by judges in child porn cases, which is what you described. You said about it, there was an increasing perception on Capitol Hill and within DOJ that liberal judges were to blame for the downward pressure on federal sentences and that legislation was necessary to rein them in. That's you in 2011 describing this law. So Congress has set the guidelines here, 84-0 in the Senate. I noticed the chairman voted for it, as did a number of other members of this committee. So the Congress sets the range. Essentially, it's 97 months up to 10 years. Now, the prosecutor in this case, this is in D.C., of course, you're on the federal district court. Prosecutor in this case, it's a liberal administration, I think it's fair to say. This isn't the state of Texas. See my colleague from Texas next to me here. Prosecutor in this case, nevertheless, still asked for 2 full years in prison. You gave the defendant 3 months. Guidelines called for 10 years. Prosecutor wanted at least 2. You gave him 3 months. And when you did, you made a number of arguments and statements in the record, and I'd like to go through some of them because I've read them all. And the first argument you made was that the federal guidelines that punished child porn offenders, the ones that Congress wrote, were, and I'm quoting you now, are in many ways outdated. That's your quote. And you went on to say about why you thought they were outdated. I'm going to quote you again. You say, and I quote, "I don't feel that it's appropriate to increase the penalty on the basis of the number of images or prepubescent victims," meaning little kids, "as the guidelines require, because these circumstances exist in many cases, if not most, and don't signal an especially heinous or egregious child pornography offense," end quote. I just want to ask you about that because I just have to tell you I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. We're talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds. He's got images of these, the government said added up to over 600 images, gobs of video footage of these children, but you say this does not signal a heinous or egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand that. What word would you use if it's not heinous or egregious?
And this is where he plays hardball.
How would you describe it?
Thank you, Senator, for letting me address the concern that you've put forward based on the record that you've reviewed. As a judge who is a mom and has
Again, I'm a mom.
been tasked with the responsibility of actually
I'm a map.
reviewing
I'm a
the
mom.
evidence.
I'm going to talk as slow as I possibly can to take up as much time as possible, so that way you can't ask me another question like this one ever again, because you won't have enough time.
Yeah, I think it's part of that, and then part of it's her temper and her trying to think and respond. I think it's a little bit of that too.
And has been tasked with the responsibility of actually reviewing the evidence that you would not describe in polite company the evidence that you are pointing to, discussing, addressing in this context
No
is
shit
evidence
to the question, bitch.
that I have seen in my role as a judge. And it is
Yes,
heinous.
Jimmy,
It is
That could be true,
egregious.
Jeremy. Yeah, absolutely.
What a judge has to do is determine how to sentence defendants proportionately consistent with the elements that the statutes include, with the requirements that Congress has set forward. Unwarranted sentencing disparities is something that the Sentencing Commission has been focused on for a long time in regard to child pornography offenses, all of the offenses.
Jimmy says, but people who aren't emotional don't move their head as much.
Are horrible. All of the offenses are egregious. But the guidelines, as you pointed out, are being departed from even with respect to the government's recommendation. The government,
Right, Jimmy, right.
in this case and in others, has
Exactly.
By the way, can you hear me?
Can we hear you? Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You're here.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, we got you. I'm kind of leaning away from my mic, so.
asked for a sentence that is substantially less than the guideline penalty. And so what
And her eyebrows have been like that the whole time. Every single time somebody talked to her that made her actually think, her eyebrows just go up halfway up her head.
Yeah.
was discussing was that
there's this
that
comment,
the
yeah.
guidelines in this area are not
chat.
doing the work of differentiating defendants, as the government itself indicated in this very case. And so that's what I was talking about, but I want to assure you, Senator, that I take these cases very seriously, that these cases include the notion by many defendants that the folks at issue, the defendants themselves, are collecting these images on the internet. They're terrible things that have happened, but they're not involved, say the defendants. They're not focused on, what is actually happening to the children. And so part of my sentencings was about redirecting the defendant's attention. It's not just about how much time a person spends in prison. It's about understanding the harm of this behavior. It's about all of the other kinds of restraints that sex offenders are ordered rightly to live under at the end of the day. The sentences in these cases include not only prison time, but restraints on computer use, sometimes for decades. Restraints on ability to go near children, sometimes for decades. All of these things judges consider in order to affect what Congress has required, which is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Yeah, well, let me just ask you about that last point.
3
You
months.
said this a couple of times now.
That's
the sentences
bullshit.
that Congress require. Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. Congress wrote the guidelines in this case. They wanted them to be mandatory. They gave the courts factors to consider to choose between the sentencing range. Congress wanted you to choose between 97 and 121 months. That's what Congress wanted. The Supreme Court in Booker said that the sentencing guidelines would be discretionary, so the Supreme Court gave you the discretion. But if we're talking about what Congress has wanted, Congress wanted them to be mandatory. My only point in raising that is just to say that you had discretion in these cases, and you used your discretion to choose the sentences that you did, Let me ask you about some of the things though that
Burn.
you said, because you said this morning, and I appreciated it, how you want to direct the defendants, you want to get them to own up to what they've done in these cases. And I thought that was powerful, and I thought it was right. But let me just ask you about what you said to this defendant. You said to this defendant, for whom you sentenced to only 3 months in prison, that your collection, I'm quoting you, your collection at the time that you were caught was not actually as large as it seems. The government felt the need to respond to you on the record. They said the government doesn't believe that it's appropriate to just disregard the number of images, that the number of images can be appropriate. And indeed, in this case, the defendant has amassed an extremely large collection of child pornography. But you disregarded that. You also told the defendant, you said this seems to be a case where you were fascinated by sexual images involving what were essentially your peers. And then you went on to say the defendant was merely trying to satisfy his curiosity. Curiosity is your word. One more thing on this, same idea. You said you were viewing, this is you to the defendant.
Satisfy curiosity.
You were viewing sex acts between children who were not much younger than you. And this whole discussion is about why you're only giving him 3 months. Judge, he was 18. These kids are 8. I don't see in what sense they're peers. I've got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 16-month-old at home. And I live in fear that they will be exposed to, let alone exploited, in this kind of material. I don't understand you saying to him that they're peers and that therefore you were viewing sex acts between children who are not much younger than you, and that's somehow a reason to only give him 3 months. Help me understand this.
Senator, I don't have the record of that entire case in front of me. What I recall with respect to that case is that unlike the many other child pornography offenders that I had seen as a judge and that I was aware of in my work on the Sentencing Commission, this particular defendant had just graduated from high school. And some of, perhaps not all when you were looking at the records, but some of the materials that he was looking at were older teenagers, were older victims. And the point, Senator, is that you said before the probation office is making recommendations and they do so on a case-by-case basis. That is what Congress requires. This is not done at the level of.
But you had discretion, Judge. You admit that, right? I just want to be clear.
Senator, sentencing is a discretionary act of a judge, but it's not a numbers game.
It doesn't have to be, no.
I understand
that's
that
not
Congress
true.
Wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. The Supreme Court in 2005 determined that they couldn't be, in an opinion by Justice Scalia, determined that they couldn't be, and Congress since then has not come back to amend them or to change them or to make them mandatory again. And so there is discretion at sentencing, and when you look at the sentencing statutes, Congress has given the judges not only the discretion to make the
She's not going to argue really all that much about like the actual pedo stuff and how she let him go. Like, oh, no. But we're going to sit here and argue about this. Yeah. Okay.
Decision.
But she's still wrong.
But require judges to do so on an individualized basis.
And the discretion thing is a big deal, but it's not as big as the other.
Not only the guidelines.
It's not entirely different. It is related.
Also,
hey,
various factors, including
we'll distance ourselves as much as possible.
The age of the defendant, the circumstances of the defendant, the terrible nature of the crime, the harm to the victims. All of these factors are taken into account, and the probation office assists the court in determining what sentence is sufficient but not greater than necessary. And I appreciate, Senator, that you have looked at these from the standpoint of statistics, that you're questioning whether or not I take them seriously or I have some reason to handle them in either a different way than my peers or a different way than other cases, and I assure you that I do not. That if you were to look
well, how come the record shows you do?
Of not only my more than 100 sentences, but also the sentences of other judges in my district and nationwide, you would see a very similar
That doesn't make it
exercise of
right and what we should put on the Supreme Court, bitch.
Word. Exactly what he just said.
attempting to do what it is that judges do, attempting to take into account all of the factors and do justice individually in each case.
Well, let's keep talking about this case. You also said to this individual who is an adult, tried as an adult, 18 years old, you also said to him, besides saying that you thought his victims were his peers, you also said there's no reason to think that you are a pedophile. And then you went on to say, again, that's another reason why you weren't going to give him, you're only going to give him 3 months because you would have judged that he wasn't a pedophile. And then you said, and this is something I really need your help understanding, then you apologized to him. And I just have to tell you, I can't quite figure this out. You said to him, this is a truly difficult situation. I appreciate that your family's in the audience. I feel so sorry for them and for you and for the anguish this has caused all of you. I feel terrible about the collateral consequences of this conviction. And then you go on to say, sex offenders are truly shunned in our society. I'm just trying to figure out, Judge,
See,
is
pause
he
this,
the victim
pause this,
here?
pause this, pause this. Remember what Ted Cruz said about her defending sex offenders in her law thesis or whatever that was in law school? This is the exact same wording she used then. It's the exact same wording she's using now. Almost word for word. That sex offenders are shunned and that they're punished too much, or that, maybe we need to relook at some of the things or whatever, And of course she said, oh, well, that was relatively new, some of those add-ons and things like that, with, the increase of technology and whatever. And, we need to look at this, we need to do this. She's using the same terminology in her statement that she made prior in her thesis thing, that she's using in this now. Whereas both legally and socially,
because that's all she knows. She needs to stay with
pedophiles
she
are
feels, so
looked down upon, and their sentences might be a bit too high or whatever, or this or that. And so she's giving them lighter sentences. She's giving them this. The entire course of her career and the entire thing proves point blank between Ted Cruz and now this, she is a pedophile enabler, if not a pedo herself or her husband, maybe, who God only knows.
I mean, an enabler is what it is, really. I mean, because as far as it goes.
Of course, she's probably paid by George Soros to do all of this to destroy society all the more. Of course, because that's
we can only speculate on personal life. We really don't know about personal life, in the home.
Allegedly, of course, allegedly.
What she's doing, what her husband's doing, or what anybody else is doing for that matter. We just know what's what these guys are talking about. Let's see what Mr. Holly has
But anyways, just so you know, that's the exact same wording.
He's got another couple minutes.
Or the victims. You're saying that you're apologizing to him. You're saying you're sorry for the anguish this has caused him. There was a victim impact statement in this case. It didn't get read into the record, but it was there. I've described the videos that we have. You say earlier in the case, you talk about how heinous these crimes are, and you describe them to your credit. You describe how heinous it is to your credit, and yet here you are giving him 3 months and apologizing to him and saying you feel sorry for the anguish it's caused him, and also saying you think that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society.
That's so the whole social
talk
programming
about that. Help
type
me understand.
Of thing.
I mean, is he a victim?
George Soros
is that
paid
your
for
view here? Is that why you said this? Is that what you meant by it?
Senator, I again don't have the entire record. I remember in that particular case, I considered it to be unusual, in part for the reasons that I described. I remember in that case that defense counsel was arguing for probation, in part because he argued that here we had a very young man, just graduated from high school. He presented all of his diplomas and certificates and the things that he had done, and argued, consistent with what I was seeing in the record, that this particular defendant had gotten into this in a way that was, I thought, inconsistent with some of the other cases that I had seen. Part of what a judge is doing, as required by Congress,
Yeah, that goes
is
again.
thinking about this case, thinking about unwarranted sentencing disparities, that's in the statute, other cases, other determinations that a judge may have made about this. I don't remember in detail this particular case, but I do recall.
I mean, she
Why not?
claims it's exactly right. She claims it's so egregious. She claims it's so horrifying. It's like, why wouldn't she remember a lot of the details? I mean, if you were actually concerned and you actually thought a whole lot about it, wouldn't that almost scar you? Like, holy hell. They were raped, they were brutalized. There's videos of them. I mean, God, I mean, like, you know. I mean, freaking people from Afghanistan, where the Taliban people will take little boys and little girls, but oftentimes it's little boys, and they'll take them into these places and they'll rape them for the entire night in giant gang rape parties, and they'll just be screaming bloody murder. Raping, sorry. But allegedly, right?
Well, we don't know exactly everything that happens, but you know, there's speculations and there's theories out there about what people actually do with these people.
My point
do with these children. So.
My point is that the soldiers will actually come home and they'll actually have PTSD, not even from fighting that much, but just from them not being able to do anything about these people being dragged away, like children being brutalized like this.
Right.
To them, it's like this is like PTSD level, and here she is watching freaking child porn. It might not be as bad necessarily, like it might not be necessarily as brutal or whatever, but like I mean, still, it's like you'd think that would have some kind of an effect on you. Like, oh wow, I remember that. That was whoa. That was horrible. That was egregious. It's like, well, I don't really remember all.
There's
the
just certain things you don't forget.
Exactly. It doesn't necessarily have to scar you even, right? But just like, you don't forget that. Like, it's imprinted on you. It's like, wow, like that was so insane or crazy or just horrific. It's like, I just don't forget it.
The only time you don't remember something like this is like if it happens so many times. You're like, I've seen so many. If I just don't remember the specifics of this particular one, because I remember so many of them. But this isn't the case. She just doesn't remember the, handful. What would she say? How many cases? 100?
Yeah, she says she's made over 100 sentencings.
Right, 100 sentences. So if I mean, she doesn't remember all 100 sentences. Was she paying attention when she was sitting in court? Anyway.
All it being unusual. And so my only point to you is that judges are doing the work of assessing in each case a number of factors that are set forward by Congress, all against the backdrop of heinous criminal behavior. But the guidelines are no longer mandatory. Congress has not corrected.
So therefore, I get to do whatever the hell I want.
Supreme Court's determination about
and I say
Justice
they go free.
Scalia's decision that the guidelines are not mandatory. Congress has not said that.
So
and Congress has given judges factors to consider. This, in my view, was an unusual case that had a number of factors that the defendant was pointing out, that the government was pointing out, that the probation office was pointing out. And I sent this 18-year-old to 3 months in federal prison under circumstances that were presented in this case because I wanted him to understand that what he had done was harmful, that what he had done was unlawful, that what he had done violated the law and needed to be punished, not only by prison, but also by all of the other things that the law requires of a judge who is sentencing in this area.
But Judge, with all due respect, and I'm telling you what, I'll be direct with you. I am questioning your discretion and your judgment. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not questioning you as a person. I'm not questioning your excellence as a judge, frankly. But you said it. You had discretion, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm questioning how you used your discretion in these cases. And to me, to take a guy who's 18 years old, who has what the government says is an extremely large collection of prepubescent.
Yes, extremely large. This is not the first time. This is a habitual thing.
Disgusting.
And yet she's like, oh, well, okay, we'll just, 3 months.
So
and
as
maybe
disgusting
less.
as people are, and we rip on everybody for their things that they do, and we dig into them, and we're like this, that, and the other, and oh, look at they did, and look at you did. I mean, we can look at this guy as well, and actually just be like, oh, how's Blackstone treating you? Just saying.
Pornography, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. We're talking about, gobs of hours of time here that he has. And you say to him what? That you say that, well, it was just a collection. He was just viewing it, and it was, essentially they were his peers. You say to him that he's not a pedophile. I don't know how you know that. I don't know why that's relevant to the guidelines, but maybe it is. You say he's not a pedophile. You say that you're very sorry for him and what he suffered, and then you give him 3 months when, frankly, a liberal prosecutor is asking for 2 full years. It does seem like an extraordinary case to me. It would bother me no matter what. It really bothers me when in every case, child porn case you've had discretion, you've sentenced below the guidelines and below the government's recommendation. And saying that
consistent
sex offenders
with your
are truly shunned in our society, as you said to him,
school.
It reminds me, it echoes what you said as early as law school on that Harvard Law Review article Senator Blumenthal was just talking about. There you say, and I'm quoting you now, in the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts must be especially attentive to legislative enactments regarding these sex criminals. I guess,
so she does
like
have
this,
a bit of political philosophy,
here,
as it turns out.
The PROTECT Act, that Congress
critical race theory,
enacted.
this,
so
destroy,
I want to try to understand
society.
here. Is it your view?
Well, no, because she said no. But yes, because we hear exactly what's happening and what's going on. They're pointing it out. They're saying, look at all the things that you actually believe in. This is this, and this. This is the stuff that you've actually said. And she's just sitting there, oh my God, you know this about me? Well, I'm going to deny it and refuse to actually say yes.
Oh, no, she does say yes. She does say she did it, but she's sitting there saying, well, it's because of this. Well, it's because of that. Well, it's perfectly justified. Well, Congress said... Because Ted Cruz hung her, and then now here's this, and it's just like there's no other option. Like she can't lie about it at this point. Like all of it's on the record now, So anyway, but we're getting pretty late here. But let's play this through.
That society is too hard
Sorry.
on sex offenders. You say they truly are shunned in society. You wrote that many of these laws are products of a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge. So just is that still your view? Do you think that these laws are too tough, that we're too tough on sex offenders? Explain what you meant in this case in 2013, and it seems to be the same thing you said many years ago.
Senator, it's not the same thing I said many years ago. Many years ago, as a law school student, I was evaluating a new set of legislation, state laws about registration, and I was analyzing them as law students do. It wasn't about the sex crime, it was about the characterization of the law. Is it a punitive law? Is it a
But why take up an interest in it at all, period?
How would
and then it consistently goes through your entire career.
That?
Yeah, it's
that
bullshit.
That was the frame that I used then. It could have been about anything. It was about
complete bullshit.
The characterization of legislation.
But could I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I've only got 2.5 minutes left, but I just want to make sure I understand this. I'm quoting from your conclusion now. This is on page 1728. of the Harvard Law Review. This is your conclusion. In the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge associated with the release of convicted sex criminals, courts need to be especially attentive to legislative enactments. So that's a conclusory statement. You're saying that there is a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge that are informing these laws. And you described some of the laws earlier, I think, Megan's Law and others. Senator Cruz asked you about some of those. I'm trying to understand what you meant by that, because you're saying something similar in the Hawkins case. You're saying that society truly shuns our sex offenders. So
Senator,
it's literally the same words. As I said before, it's
with
the
all due
exact same
respect,
thing.
My
He's gonna
article
get
is
the
now
same
in the
frickin'
record.
answer.
People can read it, and they can see that I was
We just heard it, bitch.
evaluating these laws not to determine their constitutionality, not to say that they shouldn't be enacted, but to talk about the ways in which courts make determinations about the character of the law and all of the consequences that follow from them. In law school, I had not had any experience in terms of the criminal justice system, and I was doing what law students do, which is seeking to analyze in a creative way new legislation. With respect to Mr. Hawkins, I was doing what judges do, which is look at the statute, 18 USC 3553A, exercise discretion as Congress has required us to do, take into account all of the various aspects of a particular case, and make a determination consistent with my authority, my judgment, and understanding fully the egregious nature of the crime. As you said, even the prosecutors in these cases are not recommending guideline sentences. The probation office, which is an independent authority looking at these cases and the facts related to them, are not recommending guideline sentences. This is a particular area where the commission has seen an enormous amount of disparity and has in fact asked Congress to come back and address, to help judges who are looking at these cases to be able to rely on the guidelines.
which Congress has declined to do.
Senator, in that case, we have the statute that Congress has enacted concerning penalties, and we have judges who are doing their level best to make sure that people are held accountable as they need to be in our society in a fair and just way.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
Just checking with my staff. So the original statute was passed in 2003. The Scalia decision, 2005.
Again, his job is to
The Booker
defend her, obviously.
decision.
So the original statute that I'm talking about, I'm
every
just
possible
thinking,
measure.
I felt like it was in the 80s.
You felt like?
In 2003, I'm all right,
And the
and then
decision by
Justice Scalia, the Booker decision, made the guidelines advisory, so that even though judges have to calculate them, they are no longer binding. And what it meant in the statute is that the guidelines became one factor among many that judges consider at sentencing.
I'm not going to opine on Justice Scalia and his conduct and decision as it relates to the overall topic. I hope we all agree that we want to do everything in our power, reasonably within our power, to lessen the incidence of pornography and exploitation of children. You have made that clear. That is your position too. But I just want to tell you,
Dirty Dick
Congress doesn't have clean hands.
Because
in
there's
this
totally
conversation.
no Epstein
We
tapes on
haven't
you.
touched this now for 15, 16, or 17 years. And this, you aren't the only one who faced this kind of a challenge with the cases before you. I said this morning, and it bears repeating, in United States versus Klotz, Trump appointed Judge Sarah Pitlick, Senator Hawley's choice for the Eastern District of Missouri, sentenced an individual convicted of possession of child pornography to only 60 months well below the 135 to 168 month sentence recommended by the guidelines.
Mr. Chairman, you've mentioned this
Let me
now.
finish. I'll finish, and then of course I'll recognize you. Senator Hawley, you've said some very powerful things in support of this judge, but clearly she faced a situation where she decided she would not follow the guidelines, and
I mean,
took
how
a
the hell is this
sentence of
even
less
relevant?
than half of what they recommended. We have created a situation because of our inattention.
The
and
chairman
unwillingness
here
to
just
tackle
takes
an
up the
extremely
position of like, hey,
controversial area in
you're a piece of
Congress
shit. Just
and
put her
left
in.
it to the judges. And I think we have to accept some responsibility for that, Senator.
I just wanted to say, Chairman Durbin, since you mentioned Judge Pitlick.
I mean,
in the
look at how
Fox
like he
case,
just jabs personally at
she
people. Like
followed
he's such an
the
asshole.
prosecutor's recommendation in that case. As I've said over and over, part of my concern with Judge Jackson is that she has not followed the prosecutor's sentences. She didn't in the Hawkins case we were just talking about, or the guidelines. And I'm happy we can have a policy debate about whether or not the guidelines are too lenient. I would argue in this era of exploding child pornography, they're not too lenient at all. I think you were right the first time when you voted in 2003 to make them tougher.
I will just say that I don't know if you sponsored a bill to change this. I'll be looking for it. But I will tell you that there isn't a long line of people waiting to co-sponsor this controversial issue. If we're going to tackle it, we should, but we should concede in the meantime that we've left judges in the lurch in many of these situations. There is no clarity in this situation, and I think to hold this judge responsible for the overall situation is to ignore our nonfeasance.
Stupid asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Make one thing clear for the record. Senator Blackburn, you're going to be recognized this evening because Senator Tillis has volunteered to be paired in the morning with Senator Ossoff for the morning show.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just felt like we should... It's on. My voice is just soft. I felt like we should finish tonight.
We're trying
and
to.
I know.
Senator, there are a lot of people involved in this discussion.
I'm fully
doing my best.
appreciate that.
And you asked to be on the program tonight, and we're going to put you on.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Senator Cotton.
Mr. Chairman, before we start this questioning, right before the break, I asked the chairman about Senator Hirono had referenced 5 probation reports that were not in the record. I asked the chairman whether the Democrats had access to information about Judge Jackson's judicial record that Republicans did not. You did not answer me at the time, but as we returned...
I can give you an answer.
Okay, well, hold on, let me finish my question. When we returned and when we walked in, each of the Republicans was handed this piece of paper, which is the first time any of us have ever seen, which is a chart of probation recommendations. We were just told that the White House gave it to Democrats earlier today. I don't know if that's true or not. And what I would ask you is there anything else that Democrats have access to in this case that they're not sharing with Republicans on this committee? And Mr. Chairman, how would you have reacted if, say, during the Kavanaugh confirmation, the White House shared judicial materials with Republicans and did not share it with Democrats? I'm pretty confident you would have expressed extraordinary displeasure at that.
If I recall, there was some discovery issues in the Kavanaugh case involving several years of his performance in the White House, which your own counsel decided we couldn't.
But sure, that's disclosure to the whole committee. Yes, and in this case, is there anything else that Democrats have access to of Judge Jackson's record that you have not shared with Republicans on this committee, and in particular, the pre-sentence reports?
No,
I suspect if they were helpful, you would have made them public, so the fact that you haven't raises an inference that they're not helpful to the case you're making.
Senator, you will always draw your own inferences, and I know where most of them head. I will just tell you that the information that we received from the White House, I'm told everyone had access to if they wanted it. And now you have
Oh my God! And now you have it.
We've received it.
So hey,
is there
shut
anything
up.
else Democrats have that Republicans do not from Judge Jackson's record?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question about this? I want to be sure I understand. The handout that I just saw, the White House gave to some of us earlier today, but not all of us.
It was available, I'm told. The information was available to anyone.
So I'm
told.
The White House.
So you had to be clairvoyant and know they had it?
No, not clairvoyance. I think it's pretty obvious, Senator.
How would you know to request it?
You would know it after Senator Hawley launched his attack on the judge. At that point, all of this information became relevant to countering.
So I would be expected to say, geez, after Senator Hawley asks questions, I better call the White House and see if they can help me research this? That's
No,
not
that's not
realistic.
the point. The point I'm getting to is, and you know as a good lawyer, what you do during discovery. I wasn't aware of the fact that this was available. The White House requested it, received it. We asked for a copy, and within an hour or two, you received the same copy.
When did y'all get, let me finish. When did y'all get your copy?
Sometime today.
Sometime today. That covers a lot of ground, Richard.
I don't have any personal knowledge of this. I'll be honest with you.
You don't have any personal what?
Knowledge.
Does your staff?
Oh, the hell
your
you
staff
don't.
know?
I haven't.
They're standing behind you.
I've talked to them earlier. And they
Mr.
said-
Chairman, I'm so sorry. I just don't want to make this a partisan issue if it doesn't have to be. My staff just says we just got it 10 minutes ago as well, so I'm very upset. I joined Ted Cruz.
Good.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit.
Cory Booker, you piece of shit.
An alliance that's well known.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I do think it's significant. We've had now referenced some pre-sentence reports, and we've got this material that references recommendations made by the Office
just
of
said
Adult
that to
Probation and
confuse
Parole.
Reports.
Well, okay, but we've got critical information that is contained within them.
That's such a lie.
The recommendation made by the Office of Adult Probation and Parole in these cases is something that's drawn from the pre-sentence report. It seems to me that if we're going to have a jot-for-jot selective incorporation of information in there, we ought to have access to the whole report. So
Exactly.
I respectfully request that we be given access to these reports. They've been made now by a
Anything and
member of the
everything
committee
that has anything to do
in
with
reliance
anything should actually be given
on
to
information
everybody.
that we haven't had access to, and I think we need
These
to be
guys
given
suck.
those. You can't.
Senator, I'd like to draw this to a conclusion. I can tell you what I know.
Well, so would I.
And here's the point. Most of this
He's just an
information was
ass.
published in the Washington Post 5 days ago. All right? This is not confidential information. When the Hawley attack on the judge started, we requested more information, the White House did, and then shared it with us within the day, and you now have the same copy that we have. End of story.
Is it fair for you to
End of
characterize
story.
Senator Hawley's questions or the questions raised by any of us as an attack? It's not a
yes,
personal attack. This is
let me just tell you,
we've raised
Exactly.
a legitimate question regarding
Our difference
sentencing,
of
regarding the
opinion-
most heinous crimes imaginable.
Oh, come on.
So these are legitimate questions, Mr. Chairman.
I
Don't
did
call them
have
attacks.
Well, I can just tell
Mr.
you,
Lee.
I have
See, these are
as
Dick
well as
Durbin's
Mr.
attacks
Blumenthal
on them.
both
See, it's
marked,
protection.
and other things as well. I think it's pretty clear what's going on here, and now you have all the information we have.
And now
Mr.
you have
Chairman,
it, so
for
shut up.
example,
You
in
can't
the
say anything
question,
now.
About the Hawkins case. Judge Jackson said she relied on the factors, relied on probation's recommendation. We just found out in what you just handed us that in the Hawkins case, the probation office recommended 18 months, and Judge Jackson only sentenced him to 3 months.
So she's a liar.
You can get more than that almost for a speeding ticket. And
Senator,
this committee, given that she raised it as the basis for her sentence, it is highly relevant to the committee's analysis to see what the pre-sentence report says. Why did the probation office recommend 18 months and she only sentenced to 3 months?
Because that's her philosophy. Destroy society.
Ted Cruz's hair implants are looking decent.
March 19th, Washington Post. In the case of U.S. versus Hawkins, a sex offender had multiple images of child porn over 18. Sentencing guidelines called for sentence up to 10 years. Judge Jackson sentenced the perpetrator to only 3 months in prison. Printed.
Those facts we knew. It's the
Yeah.
probation recommendation. We don't dispute that the guidelines said at 10 years and she sentenced him to 3 months.
Sorry, I didn't finish reading it. The government probation both recommended sentences well below the guidelines. The government recommended 24 months, probation recommended 18 months, and defense recommended 1 day. I'm telling you, it was published in a newspaper. Now,
Well, I can't help what is leaked to the newspaper or not. This committee, you keep referencing discovery. This is not litigation. This is a committee of the United States
Exactly.
Senate where both sides of the aisle have a right to access to the record, and we're carrying out our constitutional duty of advice and
I will
consent.
tell you this, for some reason your side didn't request the information.
But how would we know to request? So I'm hereby requesting all other information you magically have that you haven't told us you have and you're not sharing with the other
Exactly.
side.
So noted for the record. We'll continue with the questioning now.
And we're
Senator
requesting the pre-sentence
Don't turn over all files right now, asshole.
reports in particular, which are highly relevant to the issues before
Senator
this
Cotton, please proceed. We don't have any pre-sentence reports.
Oh, but you do. But you did, and you just gave them
Judge,
out.
I'd like to talk.
So, as much as I'd like to listen to Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kennedy, I had Mr. Lee, and I also had Mr. Blumenthal, all marked as being something that we should watch.
We've taken
we're
up
not
quite
going
a
to
bit of
watch
time.
all those. We're not going to watch all those. That's not. You're right. We're that time. We're at 4.5 hours already, and the best is yet to come. That's what I'm like. We got to get one more person in here, and that's Blackburn. I told you I had to actually do some search and actually find it. This particular clip, because for whatever reason it was redacted off the end of almost everybody else's shows, and it needs to be shown for what it is.
And how long is this?
It says it's 30 minutes. That's what everybody got. Everybody got 30 minutes to do what they needed to do. I know, we're 4.5 hours. Are you okay?
I would like to go ahead and call it, and maybe we could do this tomorrow.
Well, because
Or-
tomorrow then we have what they're going to do tomorrow, which starts in 4 hours. That's why I'm like, well, you don't have to stay with me. You can do whatever you need to do. But I want to play, because there's a... Here, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's not play the whole thing. I did pull and found a quick clip, because this pretty much sums up the best part of it. So let me get this file. Let's take this down, and then we'll do this real quick, and then we'll close up shop.
Because it is getting kind of late, and we 4 hours and 40 minutes. We're
No, I know exactly.
approaching.
Give me a second. Let me pull this file up here real quick and get to the right one. And
We're approaching about half the time that they spent doing this with this lady.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. This clip really kind of sums up a lot of it. She does hit on a lot more points than what we're going to actually show you here. But for what it is... Oh, I can't do that. I gotta... Okay, so... What's gonna... It's gonna play my system audio. So it might give a little bit of an echo. I don't know.
Echo.
So... Let's get this up here real quick. And now you have to remember, she's the last person. They've been sitting here for 12 hours already, and they go through this. And this clip really sums it up on what was actually said. I'm going to make this a... see if I can't make it a slightly bigger screen. And again, this is going to play my whole system audio, so I don't know if it's going to play her echoing through. It just might. There's nothing I can do to change that.
Is this an MP4? Is this an MP4?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
And that's what I'm saying. It's going to play my system audio, so you're going to hear an echo, but it's such a short clip. It's 12 seconds.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No,
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of can
Wow.
Did you hear that? Did it echo too much?
I would echo perfectly for what I want to do. Just there.
Can
Okay.
you
I'm
provide
gonna
a
do it one more
definition
time.
for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No,
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of
Wow. Oh my God. I mean, again, she's like, "Oh, I hold no philosophy at all," and yet
Everybody
we prove
should
over
definitely
and
go
over
check
again.
out Marsha Blackburn and what she actually, the conversation that she actually has with her. It's gold. And there's a reason why Blackburn asked to be put on tonight's show. Because of everything that had already happened, all the snowball of things that had already occurred between Lee, Cruz, Graham, Blumenthal, Kennedy, Hawley. It snowballed to the point of that's the kind of answer that you get for, can you give me a definition of woman?
I mean, just completely
no, I can't, because
annihilated.
I'm not a biologist.
Oh my God.
See, this is an MP4 that I picked up, and
From
yes,
Twitter,
the MP4. I was gonna put it in my beginning clip or whatever that I do, and I'm like, no, I can't. I have to keep it just in case, because I wanted to play Blackburn's thing or whatever. I'm like, I'll just keep it right here. I'll keep it in a nice safe spot until I need it. And it worked out that I actually had it, because that's
go.
where we got her in.
Oh my God.
So all that being said, now we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's America's Shirts. That's America's Shirts, our first .com.
The most base t-shirts on
I'm the
planet.
one that you call the Koolfrogg, you know. So I mean, I showed you a couple links, a couple times throughout the episode. I was trying to think of a different way of doing something or whatever, kind of showing people where our links are.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's some other ways that I can actually do that. Why am I chiming? My Lord. Anyway.
Ding dong.
Go ahead, show yourself off, bro.
Again, AmericasShirtsAreFirst.com, the most base t-shirts on the planet. You can get 15% off any shirt in the store by using the discount code Koolfrogg. That's any shirt in the store with the discount code Koolfrogg. You save 15%. And also check out my Rumble channel, as well. I have the locals as well that I don't do too much with right at the moment, because I don't really have any followers or anything like that. So, you want to go over there and, just give that a look-see. It's just kind of the same thing. I have my Rumbles and Rumble and locals connected. But yeah, go check out my Rumble videos. I have all the information you need to know about Russia, Ukraine, and everything to do with that. I also have, a couple other documentaries about that from Oliver Stone that have been shunned and banned by YouTube. And I also have another video there as well. Go check all of Lovely Things out. They've been getting some attention and love, and thank you for all those who might be listening to this now or at a later point in time that have watched these videos. Very much appreciate it. So there you go. There's my show.
And then again, I am the one, the only Koolfrogg. You go down below, you hit the links. They're not quite there yet. They will be. They'll be there before too long. Linktree/Koolfrogg. That's KOOLFROGG. If you want to support me immediately, go to buymeacoffee.com/Koolfrogg. Again, KOOLFROGG. Help us out. Help us both out. Get us something. Help us help you. Because eventually, you get if we have enough followers, that give us pointers on what they would like. Our show to actually kind of. They're like, well, maybe you should do this, or maybe you should do something like that, or whatever. I mean, we always take tips and hints and things, and things will change. We've changed a couple things since the beginning of this show, and it's probably due up to change again. All that being said, there are a couple other people that will be down in the links. Jimmy YouTube, the young man that was sitting in chat with us, He's randomly with us on shows. I don't know. We might actually see him this Friday. Maybe we'll do a game night Friday night. All that being said, don't forget to check out America Shirts. Grimsboro will also be in
Yes, the Rumble and
the
and the
Luxembourg.
locals is just America Shirts, capital A, capital S. Type that in. Sorry, forgot to say
Mine's
that.
super easy. You just put in Koolfrogg.
Just like you see here on the screen. There you go.
Right, exactly. They're super easy to find. All you have to do, and you see the logos, you see you'll see it, you'll understand.
Yeah. So,
anyway, so let's go. Where's my? Oh, I don't have that file loaded. Oh well, let's leave it with this one.
Government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.